The initial thought was to step into the umbilicus of the femur to get the inferior vein cava or the aorta to be bleed out the nose out purpose. I know I tried. I don't know if I watched it. I didn't. But then she rolled and started screaming, and I put my hands and pulled her up, and I put a pillow over the shirt. She started So you did lay on her? I did lay on her. I just lay on her belly. I'm sorry. I laid on her to keep her down, and I put the pillow. Do you think you stabbed her or no? I don't know. I didn't see anything. Okay.
So how long would you say it took you to take her on?
No emotion? Like from the minute I was sitting in there? Or from,
I'll say once you initially take action. Okay. Did you have a knife with you?
Yes.
Which knife did you have with you?
The small knife.
Which is what color?
Green.
Okay, that's the green one knife. Did you not?
Green.
Yes. Alright. So you got that in her bed.
Mm-hmm.
So how long from the time that you had the knife out to the suffocation until you think that she was deceased?
I want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right around there. It seemed like that light knife took forever. So as far as I really gauged it.
Okay. And you said you used a pillow over her head?
Yes.
Was she face up or face down?
She kept moving. I think she was on her back with her head towards the wall. So it was nothing happening.
So for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you held a pillow over your daughter's head? How long did she kick and scream?
Only for a couple minutes.
A couple minutes? So like 2 minutes?
I had no time, but yes.
I'm just saying, get
and I just held there for a long time.
Did the other children hear her? Did your wife hear her?
My wife took her out, but I felt her in that open door to see what was going on. And she dropped off the back.
Okay.
But you just see the light coming in.
Do you think the sun was coming up, or was it just the light from the
light from the
light bulb? Okay. So now Zoe is deceased. What happens next?
Walk out. I stood with Megan in the room for a little while.
How was the body? How was the positioning? Where was the pillow?
There was a pillow behind her head, and her hands were up to the side. And I made sure the covers were on top of her. Just didn't ask us.
She had anything in her hands?
No, I had put her rosary later on.
When you moved on?
I moved on.
Okay, we'll get to that. And that was post trigger? So we're getting a little bit ahead of the show. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. So Zoe's gone. You and Megan console each other, whatever you guys have to do. And then what happened?
We go into Alex's room.
Alex, right?
Yes. The one next to the staff upstairs. And beforehand, we had talked about the aspect of she's got to hold his feet down. And I'll do that for the staff. How old's Alec? 13.
Okay, so he's the oldest. Okay, so what happens?
We walk in. He's on his back. She's just sitting there with his feet together, just in there, just eyeing each other, just gaining the confidence, I guess, you know. And I go to, like, I stop him, and he started kicking. was trying to get up, and he kept rolling. So I ended up putting there was a pillow there, and I put a pillow on the back of his head so he wouldn't hit me with the back of his head. And I reached around with my hand, held his nose in his mouth. And he kept rolling and kicking and rolling and kicking. And I eventually stopped. Where was Megan? Megan left midway through there. It was kind of weird. How long would you say it took to peel off? That one I had no idea. It went quickly. But I had no. And there was blood and everything in his bed? In his bed, yes. Where did you stop then? In the stomach. That we identified it from where he inferior vena cava. And what area did you call it? Inferior vena cava? No. You called it earlier. Abdomen? It's an overall abdomen. I think you used another term earlier. It was the one that you specifically spoke about was the navel. Umbilicus. Yeah, umbilicus. Is that something that you researched in one, or you knew that from your profession? Researched in one, I did that. Okay. Especially on a website called Quora.com. And spell that again? Quora.com. Quora.com. Yes. And what is Quora? If I go research this, what is it going to show me? Quora.com, you can spend anything they want. People feedback. We have to find it just by looking up knife techniques. You ask it anything, and they'll show you. They'll tell you, explain to you the best way to do things, or to do things. Suggestion has given to the side. I was going to ask, is it like a suicide website, or is it everything website? So I can go in there and say, how do I change the order on my... That I don't know. That is like medically based, or... Not medically based. It's a lot of topics that people talk about, but don't, I guess, talk about on the internet. I just used it for suicidal techniques and also to get ideas how to do with knife. When were you doing your research on Quora.com? Started that before Halloween. Yeah. Where did you learn? You may have said this. Where did you learn Quora.com? I happened to be just researching knife techniques. And it comes up and a couple of questions came up as, how do I kill myself with a knife? So I clicked on that, and it was Quora.com. I clicked on Quora.com. A whole bunch of, there's a lot of stuff out there. If the internet is very crazy. Stuff like that.
According to Anthony, the kids were killed before Christmas, leaving the two to decide what to do next. What's infuriating about this is how he wasn't the least bit bothered by his actions. Not a single break in voice as he described how he took the lives of his own children. And on top of that, his biggest regret is that he didn't make it to them. That proves just how cowardly he was, and that deep down he secretly wanted the wife and kids to be gone. The question is, why?
So, getting back to taking the life of Alec, is it A-L-E-K? Alec, who was 13. You're saying that you were solely responsible for his life loss. That's what they remember. Your wife, at this point, was aware.
She had done my clear.
Okay. Had you given the children any medications prior to this night? I know you talked about the pie or whatever that your wife had made. Up until this point, were the children routinely given any type of medication?
We can use some supplements here and there.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So the night in question, they weren't under the influence of anything. They were just
Dying. Yeah. That didn't work that night. I don't remember if we gave him anything, but those are two separate nights.
Clean.
We tried to buy the one night.
Shit.
$10.
$10.
I don't remember if we tried anything that night.
So you didn't try to like sedate him or anything like that prior to killing him?
I'm sure we've also given him fall fast again. I'm
I'm just thinking if you're trying to, no, you've done a lot of preparation. I mean, you started back in April. So I was thinking you've done your research and everything like that, and the premeditated fashion. So I would just think, one would give, if you have medications at hand and stuff like that, to kind of uplift the people should do it. Yeah, we want to live very peacefully. Okay. So if possible, and obviously with further investigations as far as the remains and stuff like that, we'll come up with that at a later time. But okay, so Alec is gone. What happens after that? I walk into the room, Meg and I console ourselves, and she turns to me. She says, "We have to finish this. There's one more left before the sunlight comes up." Yeah, so she says, "I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to stand because the way to downstairs is I'm going to sell the house. Once you got it, my Tyler is the strongest kid, and my Tyler is the quickest kid. And if she got out of the room by chance, it wouldn't help the situation. Because we wouldn't be able to catch him. Hence, we wouldn't be able to all go together. Was there fear like maybe he would get away? Yeah. Like outside of the home, like alert neighbors or something? Well, yeah. So it was almost like a quick, I don't want to say like an attack, but it was a quicker movement to the head. Yes.
This proved that his crazy alibi of how he talked to the kids and convinced them of the idea was fake. They worried that Alec would split and tell the neighbors and do anything to draw attention to the situation. It also explained why they went with Zoe first and tried to keep the boys distracted in the other rooms. They wanted less hassle in their murderous intent. But it is still questionable just how much Megan was involved in the process.
Just in case, so she talked in with him and got in. And she was laying on his laying on his left side, and they would get in and get the knife right on. You got to quite a bit. But then you feel strong. It's in the room. Supposed to be in it.
Typhon had cruelly left the tears Aphrodite cried for her lost love in the very place Adonis was locked away from her.
That poor go-go boy, boo-hoo, please. I was just down in the underworld with Hades for nearly a month, and let me tell you, it's slay.
So that's where you were during the Typhon attack.
I had to sample the new Lethian wine vintage. You know how it is. I kept forgetting to leave.
That mattress stayed upstairs. That mattress stayed upstairs. The cover and everything else. So obviously there should be at least the people that are mattress steam because the cover. It was just I don't know what it is, but
It's easier to break them here, right?
But that's sometime later. Alright. So Tyler's killed. Who's in the room he's killed? It's just me and Tyler, Megan is outside, in the dark. What is she saying during any of this? She's doing meditations. Was she drinking or consuming anything that would maybe
Not at that point, no.
We're down. It's just a lot for her to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot for a human being to go through. But,
Okay, so we had salvation in mind, we had to read it, and that's not gonna listen. We love our kids. It's sad.
I understand. Okay. So now all the children are gone. How long until the sun comes up?
I don't know, it might be about 5 o'clock in the morning. Rather than,
Was the sun coming up like part of a rule or anything like that? Because you mentioned it a couple times that Megan told you that you have to do this before the sun comes up. Is there a reasoning behind that?
I don't know what the reason was behind it, but it had to be done before the sun came up, yes.
So it's nothing during your research or investigations or anything like that that has.
Nothing for mine. I don't know what was on her side, research or whatnot. I was just told you did that before the sun came up.
Okay. All right. So they're all deceased. What are you gonna do?
Go up to the bedroom. Just started talking. How are we going to live? You know, the kids are dead. What do we want to do now? What's going on? What's our next step? What are we going to do?
Do you this was the plan?
It was planned, but there's like just a dog. Did she want to go first? We just said, there was some discussion of her, me going first, and her staying last, her going first. She wasn't sure which one she wanted to do. So we decided that the dog, why we wanted the dog with us. So she held the backside of the dog down and I put the, I call them Mexican tacos, so like these legs around and I would hold the mountain her snout and her nose closed, and she went peacefully. Picked her up, put her in her bed, and it was like, I want to go next, don't be done.
So you just suffocated the dog? So there was any type of marks or anything like that on the dog? You wouldn't know anything about it?
What's on her small load? And I just suffocated the dog.
You didn't stab the dog?
And said the dog.
You stabbed the dog?
That's interesting, but I don't understand the dog.
There was a stab in the dog. The dog was still up in the dog. I mean, it's either here or there. There's no, that's one of the discrepancies that I've noticed. Okay. Okay, so you kill the dog.
To prove intent to murder, one of the most important things to consider is discrepancies. Even though he is confessing to everything, some of his statements are not in line with what really happened. He claims that the dog was never stabbed, but the autopsy report says otherwise. We also have the toxicology report of Megan. But before we get to her, let's hear Anthony's side of how she was killed.
Okay. So we decided that's what we did behind, we're footing wrong to help calm us down. That's what we're very much. We had some spray stuff, and so she could use that instead. So she brought some wine and some purple down PM. She started taking that a little bit. Gave her the knife. I lay next to her and she put the knife into her stomach. And I said, you hit the spot. It's right here. Can I feel it? You laying there, maybe 45 minutes. It's supposed to take about 10 minutes, whatever exercise. If you do this one.
And what is it that's not reason?
They just hear me to come. We're supposed to be able to do that. They say it was 1 to 4 minutes, but under 10 minutes.
And what are you specifically targeting within that area?
The inferior vena cava.
Okay.
It's the big blood return. Okay. Large vessel. Yeah, but it's quick.
Okay. How much did she consume wine or the I'm assuming is it grape flavored? You can say purple.
Yeah, the first one was grape flavored.
What do you mean purple?
She had lots of wine with the sauce. Okay. We were sitting there for about 45 minutes. After she stabbed herself, she said, I feel nothing happened. Nothing happened. I said, okay. This is good. But you want to do it right? You know. She So they look for Benadryl. She goes, let me have that. Let me try some of that. Maybe that'll put me to sleep or let me go soon. So at one point I thought she had passed from the Benadryl. She was still there. And she had sat up. What made you think she was? She was very quiet. There was no motion. I couldn't see her up and down on the ground. It was so far without being going up to see her. And I looked at her. Eyes were closed. She communicated with me. When I came out, that was night. She put her again. So okay. So I said, what do you want to do? You want to check for Benadryl? You want the night back again? What do you want to do? And she was, can I try some more Benadryl? And then down to the second stop. Give her as much more Benadryl. And so let that settle in for a while. Settle in.
When you said much more, you gotta come back and talk to them out.
I really don't. I know she was good. She was like a pothole. Yes, it was good, but I don't know if it was a big pothole. Like a family size kind of thing.
She killed a little while.
And in two different scenarios. And I wasn't that thing, so she decided to kill her liver. Okay. We looked at the thing, and kind of liver, we laid it out where she wore both in her skin. The right arms. That sits right in this area. So, okay. And she, the two hands pushed in. And you heard like a little click, as if it went through something. Okay, so I was like, okay, they went through a little, it's good, okay. She pulled it out, she put it right next to her. And I just laid with her. And I laid there and held her. And we just waited. And I got out. And I got up. I wanted to check our boys, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay in the house. Everything was okay. Came back and she still got the way to win. And she just cleaned food.
What was she cleaning it with?
It was one of my t-shirts. She had, I think she had a Chipotle at one point. Because she was up at the gym. She was up, she was watching it, rinse at one point. And she's like, this guy's done, it's getting 2 rounds, it's ridiculous. I'm like, shall we go on and look at different other aspects of do this? I can go do this. She goes, I want this ending now. I looked at it at me. She was like, I need to take the pill, okay, put a pill, put it over my head. Then I can do that. She was like, she loved me. She can do this. I want to be with my babies. So yeah, and she's strong enough to do it. Okay. So I said, you take some more Benadryl, and so yes, you start sleeping. And look, so she goes, more Benadryl. She took some more Benadryl. And maybe about 15 minutes later, I came back in the room and I said, I still want to do this. And she thought, like that, very far.
How much Benadryl do you guys have?
According to the toxicology report, he's telling the truth. First cause of death was officially declared as homicidal violence of unspecified means, with other contributory condition of diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine is the active ingredient in all Benadryl medications. So now that we know how they were all killed, the question is, how did he survive? If all these deaths took place around Christmas, and the police came knocking on the door on January 10th, that's like 2 weeks for Anthony to transcend through his family, but he didn't.
And maybe after that, wait a day or two, make sure everything they way past, make sure the house is all set, I got that thing. So that's what I did. I started the Benadryl, tried hanging myself.
I got in where you were.
And that was where I went to CVS 24 hours, there was a Publix, then I went to the Walgreens.
There was one across by the Starbucks.
That's a CVS.
CVS, so you went there. The Publix is right there off of the lake, which is right there for us over at
The other was over, so I went to next to Five Guys, in the restaurant thing there.
all the new area. So it's right there. And is the day after or so, or when did you start purchasing more Benadryl?
On the day after, so
First day.
easier to read. I'm not much of a stunning guy, but which we don't report, that you can kill yourself for help. For other reason, they hurt. When you shoot yourself in the liver, I have 2 wounds. Liver, the liver person, blends right there. And you, and I will talk later. Researching into
in hospital interrogation, he claimed he was tried 6 days to transcend. But as we can see, none of us believe it enough. He was so much a coward to his own life that he didn't put anything. He just kept the golden window shut and hoped that the odor didn't attract him. And then a string of concerned family and fraud investigation that ultimately led to a discovery.
you did not figure together. So take me through how this takes place. When they were killed, they were on different positions. First day, they just didn't make with her. I'm going to say it's the second day. They couldn't get his. Make sure she was with a big mirror. She was before
What the hell is that actor?
Did you check her periodically to see when she got out?
So coming in, well, at least it's one.
The Finching.
Yeah, where's it going? Oh, it's just that heavy.
So she's laying like this with the right leg, but with her hand towards Megan's hand, the hand towards her feet are touched, and you stop the very left. I got that. Yes. Keep her hand on your side, left side, left knee position, feet towards you. Wrap it in left. Okay. So, now we're downstairs. You said you were able to get him eventually upstairs. How do you do that?
I moved it just from the bedroom, where you were
Okay.
moved it just from the bedroom, but
Upstairs.
and just up in the stairs.
His items which you could do in your life. No, what did he specifically he wants to work with them?
He wanted to start with the first one.
First one. And what team was that?
Also, the team was there was something.
Team USA. Did you finish it?
It was a first move on
Oh,
You tell them your fingers.
and
Did you put it in?
tough shot.
It was thinking the news was as the first cat.
Okay, so Tyler gets a set of reviews. How is he positioned?
His arm is, when I put him on, his arm is like towards his stomach.
Yeah, his head towards the side.
It just came forward. His head was facing, I think, back the chest.
Okay. Is he on his face? Is he on his side? How's his
His
face?
face on his side. Yeah, this is what's over there.
Okay. All right. And then that leaves Alex. So take me through that one.
That was tough because I had those different matches out underneath him. It's like the dragon matches. So I took blanket. It's hot for blanket. Put it around and moved him to the ground. Then moved the mattress into the room.
How did you move him to the ground? What do you mean?
Picked him up and put him on top of the comforter that was on his bed. Put the comforter on the ground so he wouldn't be laying on the rug. Put that on the ground. Put him in the ground. Brought the mattress into the room. Made sure the mattress was set. And put him on the.
Did you have to like drag him by the comforter, or did you pick him up, or how was it?
I moved the sheet and put the comforter on the bed. Then I took the sheet up, moved them, and put it onto the blanket, the comforter. Moved the air mattress into the room. Then was able to pick them up and take them. I did not want to drag the shot time. I did not want to drag. So pick them up the best I could. I will step to the left.
You carried him. You carried all the children.
Yeah.
That's just what you want to do as a parent.
Versus dragging them? Yeah, I the ultimate respect to them. I understand. We have different opinions about it, but the ultimate
You want to drag him like a pizza?
I'm not a piece of meat.
Absolutely. Okay. So you get him positioned, you get Alan positioned on the mattress. Which way is he positioned?
Fire. Here we go. Alright. So.
It is sickening to see how he is so candid about murdering his own wife and kids. But to him, his way of salvation for them. And he was too cowardly to do it himself. He's got nothing to say. That's the system of events connected to farm to. In the end, the system of events is death. Husband taken down for his son. That doesn't mean that this case doesn't have a structure and history. We have two reports and a timeline events that are accurately taken this case. We can make these charges for us. We can have a case. Despite all of this, he claims he is now guilty.
There it is.
Which he claimed that he didn't remember anything through Christmas of his arrest.
So. So what's over?
What happened to kids, his wife, the dog, basically nothing. Despite two reported confessions and a busload of others, he stepped up aside to plead not guilty. In June 2020, he wrote a 27-page letter to his father, Robert Toad, about what happened, and how he had come to 10,000% innocence of his presumptuous charges. This letter reveals some of the funniest justifications, and if he was right in the head from the get-go, perhaps his justification would have been good. Listen to this. He claimed that, quote, he was pregnant, Megan, the true person who was at home, and when she offered herself in prison, he further states that her motive was a long list of illnesses, like borderline liver failure, drug-induced hepatitis, vagus nerve dysfunction, depression, Lyme disease, etc. He also had methamphetamine, which added to his stress. In the next few lines, he talks about how he tried to be the perfect husband without being there for those while running the business. Even the decision to move forward on it because Megan wants the son more. Despite the fact that they spent a whole lot of money on renovations in their home in Connecticut, he still dropped it all and moved to Florida. After a few pages of self-praising, he talks about how Megan and Tony had personal baggage. According to the letter, and I'm quoting, she came from an alcoholic mother and lived in silence because of family and political reasons. And Tony's baggage stemmed from 1980 about serious trust issues, nightmares, fear, and fear of people. See, in the 1970s, Anthony Toad's father, Robert Toad, was married to Loretta and had two children, Anthony and Kristen. But behind the scenes, Robert was juggling multiple affairs, including one with a 17-year-old girl and an engagement to a nurse across town. In 1980, Robert approached a 19-year-old student with learning disabilities, John Giamante, and gave him a gun and keys to his house, asking him to kill Loretta. While Robert was conveniently away, Giamante entered the home and shot Loretta in the head. Miraculously, she survived. After a lengthy investigation, Robert was found guilty and sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison. Strangely, Loretta stood by him, claiming that he was innocent. They struck a deal and served only 4 years. But Anthony, who witnessed the shooting, was never the same. That trauma would haunt him for the rest of his life. Years later, as investigators reviewed Anthony Toth's confession letter, they noticed that the handwriting changed after page 5, a detail of raised eyebrows. Anthony initially denied everything, but eventually admitted to Medicaid fraud, which investigators believe that Megan and the children knew nothing about. His story around the murders, however, kept shifting. At one point, he claimed that Megan killed the kids and stabbed herself. In another version, he said that he was saving them from the apocalypse so that they could reunite in the afterlife. Well, no matter the version, one thing was very clear. He was guilty. In 2022, Anthony Toth was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of animal cruelty and sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus an additional year for the family dog's death. Whether Anthony truly believed that he was leading his family to salvation, or just simply hiding from the consequences, one fact remains clear. The bodies have been dead for weeks. Had he reported the deaths earlier, he might have had a defense, but he didn't. Now, instead of transcending to the afterlife, Anthony will spend the rest of his life behind bars at Osceola County Jail. Now, if you think this case was horrific, you need to check out my video on the evil husband who thought that he could get away with murder.
He gathers up all his belongings and heads to the door, apparently thinking the worst is over. Patterson steps back into the house. An officer shoots him with a taser gun. Only one probe stays attached, so the taser is unable to shock him and drop him to the ground.
So you're not a sworn police officer.
I was for cheaper.
What happened?
Well, there was a traffic violation. I violated their SOPs. They're standing operating for
33-year-old Michael Shaver was in New York and was never seen again. Lori Shaver is accused in the 2015 shooting death of her husband, Michael Shaver. He put his foot on my face, smashing it into the ending of the porch. When Lori took the stand at her trial, she immediately became emotional, wiping away tears before telling the jury how she first met her husband, Michael.
Oh, that's right. It's the bitch with the commercial. Ah.
My name is Lori Filmer, also known as Lori Shaver, and I'm coming before you guys today just to let you know that we have our suspicions, but I don't know why I've been targeted. I am a daughter, I'm a friend, I'm a neighbor, I'm a servant of God, I'm a wife, and I'm a devoted mother of 4. Thank you for welcome back to an episode of Story. Hey everybody, welcome back to an all-new episode of Story. I am your host, I am Louise. Now, if you are brand new to the podcast, checking us out for the channel, we just did a video of a breakdown of what we do over here at the city. I know, trust me, I know that I'm supposed to say, but over here what I like to do is discuss these cases in more of a conversation. Almost like you're talking with your friend or your sister, or, just try and be a friend. I'd love to be able to do that for you, but just in less of a clinical and sterile way that I feel like a lot of these people that I discuss. I grew up watching 16 minutes, I still don't get me wrong, but I felt like I was kind of craving for something where people would just say about these people as if it were like a sister in the house, or a friend of mine was trying to update me on my case. So we talked about things a little bit more
Okay, so we go here and there. There and here. Wait a minute.
I very well be one, or definitely will be one in the future, but it kind of just goes to show the lot of like kind of cringe that people become. Okay, I want you to just imagine
Those blocks there.
meanwhile, their spouse dozen different stories about where they went, who they were with, what happened. Then, boom, all of a sudden, a huge piece of evidence, a clue, turns everything about the case upside down. And guys, there's a twist at the end of this that are none of you are able, or that I wasn't. It is one of those, like, really twisted things. So let me just shut up, gonna get right into it, and buckle up, because we've got a lot of questions now. So in November of 2015, Michael Whitehaver disappeared without a trace. One day, he was home with his wife, Lori, and with their two kids, Isabel and Aiden. But then the next, he was just gone. Lori says his disappearance happened after, yet again, another argument between the two, in which these arguments were happening pretty frequently. It was apparently like their marriage was just kind of and the arguments and the push. This one happened, and in the heat of it, Mike just walked over there and and this was the last time that Lori, Isabel, and Aiden would ever see him or ever hear from him ever again. Now, at first, Lori thought that Mike would stay. I mean, maybe not right away, but eventually. But as the weeks dragged into months, reality began to tell her. Mike was gone for good. So Lori knew what she could do. She began to move on. She wanted to continue to live her life. But starting over for her wasn't really easy, because by 2015, Lori and Mike were both in their mid-30s. They had been together for over 2 decades also. So starting over after 20 years, I mean, not an easy task. Their relationship had begun long before marriage, and children had even been the picture as well. I mean, so the history that they shared also kind of made Mike's sudden disappearance just even more difficult to comprehend. Now Lori was suddenly in a position where she was a single mother, trying to navigate raising her 2 kids on her own, but keeping things together and emotionally intact for them as well. So she did what she could to keep things as normal as possible, even when neighborhood chatter and rumors and whispers started to add up. Because to those who knew Mike, something about his disappearance just was not adding up. It wasn't making sense. I mean, a husband doesn't just vanish into thin air, right? A father doesn't just walk away from his kids without a trace. I mean, usually, unless they're a full deadbeat. Yet, that's exactly what seemed to happen here. Now, let's go back a little bit and talk about how Mike and Lori met and what their upbringings were, because I feel like you need to have a full picture of these 2 people before we get into, like, what went on. So their story began in upstate New York, where they both spent their childhoods. Mike was the third of 4 kids. He was raised by a single mother, and from a very early age, he just was super fascinated with figuring out how things worked. I mean, he loved tinkering, fixing, and building, whether it was old radios, broken appliances, discarded bicycles. He would just collect what a lot of people consider junk, and then he would take it all apart and put it all back together again. And the 2 of them, Lori and Mike, first met in middle school. That's how far back they go. From the moment that they crossed paths, something just clicked between them. So eventually their friendship evolved into a crush, then the crush evolved into dating, then dating went into a serious relationship went into engagement went into marriage. I mean, over the course of many, many years. They married shortly after their high school graduation, and then they started building their life together. Mike had dreams of becoming a pilot and really wanted to pursue this commercial flying license. Eventually, he even secured a job at Piedmont Airlines. Then, in his spare time, he worked on competitive racing airplanes, which I didn't even know that was a thing, but the more you know, right? So, as their relationship grew, Lori also was working, and she built a career in the insurance industry, all while Mike was pursuing his passion of aviation. And their lives were a little bit all over the place, right? Because his job was in the commercial airline industry. It took him from city to city, state to state, I mean, all over the place, constantly on the move, even international occasionally. So all of this back and forth in his travel, this meant frequently relocating their small but growing family. But then with the arrival of their 2 children Isabel and Aiden, they started rethinking the whole lifestyle. It was difficult to manage. It was a lot. I mean, moving from place to place is one thing when it's just you and your partner. Now when you have kids in the mix who you want to establish a routine, give them roots, makes things more challenging, right? So Mike and Lori decided to set out on their search for a perfect home that they could raise their family in. And eventually, they found it. A spacious, beautiful property in Claremont, Florida. A very quiet and rural area just outside of Orlando. And it was everything that they had hoped for. It was 5 acres of land, plenty of space for the kids to run around, even room for animals. So they really embraced this country lifestyle. I mean, so much so that they even added ducks and chickens to their home. I mean, they loved this life. But now, having this settled home balance and home life, it really sparked something in Mike. He was now craving that same kind of, well, I don't know what you call it, like, not roots, but like that same kind of stability in his work life as well. He loved aviation, but he didn't love the long hours. He didn't love the constant travel. That was draining. And more than anything, he just hated being away from his family for so long. So over time, he found himself really craving a change, something that would, keep him closer to home, keep him grounded. And then the absolute perfect opportunity came because he landed a job as a mechanic at Disney World. He was working on the monorail, which are the things that transport guests all around the resort. You've probably seen them. And for somebody who loved fixing things ever since he was a kid, this now felt like a dream come true. So like a little bit of engineering, I suppose. It's also at, Disney World, the happiest place on earth. And if you loved doing that as a kid, I mean, it just kind of feels serendipitous, right? So to the outside world, Mike and Lori had built this life that so many people would envy. I mean, high school sweethearts, 2 kids, this beautiful home with plenty of space to have animals, to grow food, to do all these things, 2 careers that provided stability. I mean, truly what everybody would hope for, right? But as we know, the truth isn't always what it seems from the outside, and behind closed doors, their relationship was far from perfect. Over the years, tensions between the two of them started escalating. So what may have started as a typical marital spat or argument, it started to grow into something far more toxic and dangerous. And their marriage was marked by these heated arguments, these accusations, and even at times violence. So much so that Lori confided in her friends that Mike was physically abusive to her. Not only would he hit her, allegedly, but he would even lock her inside a closet for hours at a time. Nobody ever witnessed these alleged incidents, but her friends believed her. They were convinced that she was a victim of domestic violence. However, Mike's close friends saw the situation very differently. They believed that Lori was the aggressor, that she was the one frequently attacking him, because on at least one occasion, Mike apparently showed up to work and he had visible bruises on his face. When his coworkers asked him what had happened, he admitted to them that Lori hit him. They urged him to go to the police because they were obviously really concerned for his well-being, also for the kids living in a toxic household like that. But Mike just dismissed the idea. He told them, no, it's not worth the hassle of involving the police or going through any sort of legal battle. I'm just, it's a toxic marriage. I'm just going to deal with it. This is just the way that life is now. And you might be wondering, okay, well, why did their relationship go so south? They were high school sweethearts. Like, it seems like they had everything. What happened? Well, it had gone bad for a lot of different reasons. I mean, for example, Mike and Lori were accusing each other of infidelity, both of them, against each other. Each suspected the other of being unfaithful. And these suspicions ended up leading to explosive arguments. Now, as I pointed out, their arguments, they weren't just verbal. They often got physical. And on multiple occasions, both Lori and Mike allegedly escalated from the physical violence aspect of it to threatening each other with guns during their arguments. I mean, these got especially intense. By September 2014, one fight escalated to a particularly dangerous level too, because one night, a pretty bad argument erupted right after Lori supposedly discovered very suspicious text messages on Mike's phone. It's unclear what they said, and some sources say that Lori only found a woman's number on his phone and not these incriminating text messages, but whatever it was that she found, it was enough for Lori to spark this massive confrontation. And this fight got really intense, so much so that it prompted Lori to call 911. When she called, she told the operator that although they have had arguments in the past, this was the first time that it got physical and that there was actual violence involved. But she claimed that Mike grabbed her and that he attacked her. Yet, when the police arrived, Mike told a completely different story, just like they were telling their friends two different stories. And according to Mike, Lori had been the one to escalate the situation of physical violence, not him. He said that she was furious over these text messages, and that in a fit of rage, she went and grabbed a gun and not only threatened to use the gun and kill him, but said that she was going to turn the gun on herself as well. Now, both of them had apparently been drinking that night, and fearing that she might act on these threats, Mike ended up taking her car keys and prevented her from leaving. Although, to me personally, I don't really know how that would stop the threat or even like yield it or prove it at all, because you would kind of, not that she should drink and drive obviously, but you should want her out of the house because she doesn't, is the way that in my mind. But anyways, regardless, he took her keys, and that only made matters worse. Because then, allegedly, Lori lunged at him again, with the gun still in her hand. From there, a struggle between the two of them ensued, and during this, physical little altercation, Mike said that Lori struck him over the head with the gun, almost like pistol whipping him, leaving this really deep and bloody gash. Lori, however, claimed that, no, I only hit Mike's hand, and that caused him to then accidentally strike himself in the head. I didn't do that. But whatever happened, a neighbor who saw the aftermath outside took photos of Mike's injuries. And the images showed a deep wound with significant bleeding, an injury that didn't look casual or accidental or even self-inflicted. Meanwhile, Lori appeared relatively unharmed. Now, despite all of that, when the officers interviewed Mike, he admitted that he had grabbed Lori, not in an attempt to hurt her, but rather to restrain her when she was trying to reach for the gun. However, that admission in and of itself was enough for the police to arrest him on domestic violence charges. He admitted to touching her, so he was arrested. Mike ultimately accepted a plea deal which allowed him to enter a 12-month pre-trial intervention program. However, he ended up completing the program in 6 months instead of 12, and then ultimately the charges were dropped. Still, though, the judge ended up issuing a no-contact order between him and Lori, forcing Mike to move out of their shared home. So with nowhere else to go, Mike took up residence in an airplane hangar. Now, many sources said that the airplane hangar was at his work, but as far as I know, there isn't an airplane hangar at Disney World. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I did do some research, but I couldn't really find a definitive answer. Now, as I mentioned before, Mike did compete on a competitive flying team. So because of that, other sources say that he was staying at his team's hangar, which also makes a little bit more sense to me. But whatever the case, he ended up living there for a while, sleeping among the planes, using the locker room showers to bathe, eating microwave meals in the break room, and just getting by. Eventually, Mike ended up moving back home, and unfortunately, this kind of became a pattern in their marriage. I mean, Lori would kick him out, live in the hangar for a while, he'd return, they'd make up, and then it was just a cycle, ongoing. It was always the same thing. And during the periods where Mike was not living at home, where she kicked him out and he was in the hangar, rumors started swirling that Lori was seeing other men during those times. Friends and neighbors would tell Mike about these frequent visitors, and Mike even went so far as to separate visitors just to see if there was something near the cars and they were like, I gotta say, maybe it's my disposal, but I would say in my day, in my toxic relationships, I didn't surprised to see some cars were over to them, so I was with and like crazy little behavior, but I was just trying to take it in. I gave him a friend, and I thought like it is, but I would definitely do the right thing. Taking a plane and flying a plane over him, after I go to Mexico, I can't say I don't know. Maybe it was. But, you know. So, just those things were really familiar cars, and ultimately he confronted Lori about her number. And when he did, Lori made her face. She was allowed to see her down on the record. So Mike was not allowed to see her rental. And she even warned him that if he did, he would never be allowed. Yeah. Which I don't know how you can really have that argument. And now, like, how are you going to say, you can see other men, but you can't see other women? Like, that's right? Well, it turns out in spring, in 2015, during one of their many separations, Mike did begin dating a coworker named Kendall. And when Lori found out about that relationship, she was furious. She even tracked down Kendall's Facebook page and began sending her with all of these threatened messages, one after another. say, I'm going to expose you as a homewrecker. You better not mess with me. Back off my husband. Just like, really going after her. She even went so far as to report the relationship to Disney's HR director, hoping to get Kendall in trouble at work for, what is it, fraternization? And I don't know if he was the boss or what it was, but she was like calling out all the time. And she didn't stop there. She took it next. She even took photos from Kendall's personal Facebook page, pictures that in her life, she was the in a profile. And she submitted those to Disney's HR department as well, arguing, Kendall is not the type of person that you would want representing your brand. She shouldn't work at Disney. She's not wholesome. She's not wholesome. Take a look at these photos. Which I will say, Disney does take their employees and their reputation, I guess, I would say, very seriously. I had a friend who worked at Disney, not even like that worked in downtown Disney at a restaurant, and they are so I'm sure you've heard of Disney Company. If you haven't, basically, you can all to use like just index finger or something to anything. Like if you say, hey, look at that, it's like, oh, over there. The rule is you always have to be people. Like, because I know that this is what I was saying that did, but get your mind out of it. But you have to say, like, no, but we're just like, kind of like you fully have to say, literally say my pleasure to everything that you say thank you or whatever. So it's hard to get where she was trying to go with this, but I still don't know. And her harassment didn't just stop there with Disney. Lori also managed to find Kendall's grandmother's phone number. Then, in the middle of the night, she called her grandmother at 3 a.m. demanding to know where Kendall was. Basically being like, Grandma, tell me where Kendall is. I need to know her address. Like, surely it's not that, right? There was even one time when Mike attempted to call Kendall and told her she needed to park in a different parking lot than usual for work because Lori was driving work. She was on her way to Disney and she had a phone and she was worried that she was going to do something crazy to Kendall. Which is actually, I think he got over it and he just got his divorce. There was no way to save a marriage like that, in my opinion. Again, not that I advocate for divorce, but like, come on. If you're worried somebody's going to commit suicide, maybe you don't stay with that person. And though nothing significant came to Lori's life, the relentless harassment did take its toll. And by May of 2015, Kendall let it up. She ended her relationship with Mike. Constant threats and the interference from Lori just was way too much to handle. But once again, history repeated itself, and following this breakup, Mike moved right back into the home with Lori and his 2 kids and tried to make their marriage work. And their toxic relationship didn't just affect the 2 of them and, I would imagine, their children too. It also affected their extended friends and family. I mean, over time, he just became increasingly distant from his loved ones. His family, who lived out of state, made several attempts to visit him, but time and time again, the plans would just fall through. At the last minute, Michael was calling and saying, good time right now. You can visit another time, always really citing Lori as the main reason behind it, saying she insisted that they needed to focus on their marriage and these family visits would just only be a distraction. So as time passed in their marriage, Mike seemed more and more isolated, just completely trapped in this relationship that was spiraling further out of control. Those who knew Mike and Lori wouldn't have been shocked to hear that they were going to be divorced. Some even encouraged them, saying, look, this is probably the best thing in the world. Then, on November 7th, 2015, Mike and Lori attended a local Christmas dinner with his publisher and his friend, Frank Merritt, some of Frank's family members also attended. And from the moment that they arrived, Frank could just sense that there was tension between Mike and Lori. For me, it was a general situation. Like, actually, third wheeling, or you're in a first setting, and there's another couple, and you could just feel like, okay, they must have been in a position to be them, right? Technically, ever have been that couple. Get there and realize, hey, look, I'm on a happy day, like, talk about this later when we get home, like, not good, right? So, as this chapter shows, they barely Lori also refused to go to college or make eye contact with anybody who was there. The uncertainty between Mike and Lori was just so awkward, and it was something awkward for everyone around them. And while there wasn't a dramatic argument or big moment, atmosphere just felt awkward, creating this really uncomfortable situation. What was supposed to be fun to learn turned into an experience that was honestly anything but enjoyable. And it eventually led to Mike and Lori.
No tear weighs so heavily as a tear of love. And so no tear had ever been as heavy as this. The tear from the broken heart of the goddess of love.
Bah! Like Aphrodite is the first person to ever go through a breakup.
Zeus, it wasn't a breakup. He died.
True.
So wanting to respect my privacy, he kind of held off on the contract. But by November 9th, 2 days later, his concerns started growing, and he decided he was going to check it again. And this time, he finally got his next step. There was nothing that he could expect. It wasn't a test that he would have possibly received. Because it was free, and it was just completely arbitrary. In this test, Mike told Frank that he was not only putting his life, but he was doing it to, quote, save his marriage. And Frank found that was really interesting, because Mike had always been dedicated to his work. He was always been reliable and about his job. So it didn't make sense that he would just suddenly and abruptly quit and walk away without any prior warning. The wording of the messages also felt a little bit almost like impersonal, as if it wasn't really coming from Mike at all. But Frank couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Something was just very odd. And unfortunately, he was dead.
It's always the same. Barney. Yes.
But I also see all of your comments where you're warning me again, meaning that people are looking at my posts, all that stuff. But what I will say, what makes a lot of you recommending comments is that one of these comments recommended that I talk. And I did. And I think that I might be convinced. Now, let me just tell you about the Life Off for those of you who haven't read it. Today's author is a religious alternative to traditional science. So for me, I tried to remember it because, you know, I remember two trials and I did meditation. And it is almost identical. And I'm not saying this to say that it will use to, yet it is so much better for you. And when I started looking into it, let me just tell you about this thing. 90% of Americans consume more than the USDA's daily recommended sugar intake, which is already really good. Different drinks like soda, alcohol plays a leading
We'll look at it again. So that's where you're.
and Olipop is so much lower in sugar than conventional food.
Yeah, this one.
Sugar is from natural source. There's no so my favorite, any favorite, is in Coca-Cola. It has only 2 grams of sugar, compared to a regular Coke, which has 39 sugar. And it sounds crazy, but it tastes good. It's like for summertime, and it's only 5 grams compared to orange juice, which is 34 grams. So, I think it's going to be very good. It's usually very good. It's all about the food.
Definitely one to the left or the right.
Well, here's the thing. If you're like me and you always try Coke or regular Coke is the end-all be-all, the answer, you can try Olipop.
Should be the left.
Get one can of Olipop by buying any 2 cans of Olipop
Should be
in the
this
store. And Olipop will pay you back for one of them. They work on any flavor at any retail. Be sure to drink Olipop.com.
Oh, wait.
And Olipop is sold online at Olipop.com and also on Amazon. It's also available at about 50,000 retail locations.
I get it.
Costco, Walmart, Target, Publix, Whole Kroger, and Food Convenience. So check it out. Let me know the flavors because this is
You got it.
Yeah. For sponsoring today's episode, I'm gonna go crack one of them. Can I tell you guys something that I love more than anything else on the planet? It's the I feel like this is the nuisance of the fee. Like, I get it. We shouldn't be overdrafting, whatever. But then to like stack fee on top of it, I don't know. It was something about it that was kind of like blurry and scary to me, which is really when you overdraft. But it's always given me. However, I feel like about today's because trying to understand what really goes on. That's why when you set up your deposit time, you get access to 2 free features: free overdraft coverage, getting free moving early with direct deposit, and so much more. You can also get access to 24/7 storage, which it also has access to over 50,000
Fucking hell,
E3
yeah.
nationwide, so it makes things
Jeez.
accessible to dramatically. Why would I think it? Yet another thing. The time of power. They didn't actually prove who was the innovator and with qualifying that deposit, you're eligible for free overdraft up to $200 on that account. That's incredible. And to date, Japan has spotted repairs over 30 billion. So what's the
Phoenix could have sworn the tears Aphrodite shed in grief for Adonis somehow weighed heavier.
Chime feels like But instead,
So you go. I didn't put it. Oh. Unfortunately. Yeah, we go to the police store tomorrow. Sick of spending that money. That'd be another 20 years probably. Shorts. Yeah, well, that's what stinks, is that it's tough when you're not working, you know, and you got it around, it's my choice to put it around my neck, but, you know, it's really just too easy now.
Yeah, and actually, it really is good. It's just like with the iPad or anything. I know even with myself. You're better off if you have to go get it.
Oh, sure, of course you are, yeah, but that's how I end up losing them or breaking them or, you know, so it's a catch-22, because I don't want to, you know, these things last about a year. And I know they're cheap, but then, you know, but this stuff is going on a brand. So it's like, that's where I tied it. I did. This must have been I don't know, or maybe this is, no, not, the other ones I was wearing earlier had stripes. Yes, they did. No, they had stripes. These are black. Those were blue. I don't know what I did with them, but these were up in my shelf. I wouldn't have, after wearing them, I wouldn't put them up there. Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird pair. There's another pair, I think, that I washed today. Or was this that? No. Yeah, this pair. So these are the ones I was wearing today. Where are you? Well, I'm not a big shorts person anyway. You know, I probably should get a pair of decent shorts at some point. I asked you to fix mine, but you never did. My black ones that are ripped down the back. But I don't wear them enough, really. Ow. Just put a nail in the floor. Alright. Good night. Yeah, those shorts are, I don't know. I don't get those. Oh. That's what I do. Chuck. Little Chucky. Chucky the
Instead of keeping a low profile while she was out on Vaughn, she made a really bizarre move. She posted a very long YouTube video in this attempt to defend herself and also solicit financial help for all of her legal fees. So right there, sitting on a double-sided Lori sat next to her defense attorney, denying any involvement in my career and introducing what would then become their main defense argument in this. And I gotta say, you have to hear this thing to believe it. And it's not like an awkward press conference. It's this way overproduced video that is titled 9 Minutes Later. And it is complete with these overhead drone shots, sunset, soft music, and American flag. It's almost a commercial. It's honestly ridiculous. Especially because of who she was blaming and the confusing story that she told.
Good morning. I'm Jeffrey Wegg. I'm an attorney, criminal attorney here in Lake County, Florida. Sitting to my left is Lori at Farmington. Lori, regrettably, is charged with the most onerous crime that any individual could be faced with in their life. Lori is charged with crime of murder. This incident stems from a relationship, having been married to first husband Michael. Lori is the victim of repeated physical violence by Michael. This went on for a period of years. It involved state attorney's office, involved obtaining injunctions for the protection of Lori, and involved the Department of Children and Families being called into the residence. Michael was removed from the residence, and at that point, for some thereafter, Lori starts seeing somebody else. I'm not going to mention his name, but he's the subject of this action. This relationship came from Lori died. Lori dropping the children off at school, and this same individual observing bruising and injuries to Lori. He confronted Lori, and we don't know to this day, or to some extent, we'll find out how. But he proclaimed he had been in the special forces, he had been appointed to protect President Bush, and that he had the special ability to protect Lori from Michael Shaver. He even advised Lori that he had the ability and the knowledge and the special skills to kill somebody, and that nobody else would ever see it, know it, or be able to pin it on him in any fashion. Michael being out of the house, Lori had a relationship with this same individual. The same individual became close to Lori, and during the relationship, Michael was gone. Michael was out of the house. He had disappeared through some means of which we suspect we have the answer to. Anyway, the same individual, this mystery man, advised Lori that she needed to create a sitting patio in her backyard. Told her how much concrete she would need, told her where to put it, and even assisted her in purchasing the concrete. Well, later these two individuals broke up. This individual went back to his first wife, and later on, Lori began to date somebody else. Well, they had concrete sitting there, and her and this individual, who she's now married to, Travis, built this patio. Unbeknownst to Lori, underneath the patio named Michael Shaver. Later in time, law enforcement approached her, having received some word or advice or suspicion that crime had been committed. We don't know who exactly told law enforcement, but we'll find out about that. And underneath the patio was Michael Shaver. Now, when law enforcement confronted Lori wisely said, I want to talk to an attorney. I don't want to speak with y'all unless I first speak with an attorney. Guys, she came to me. I haven't interviewed Lori. I understood what had happened and confronted law enforcement. Things that I had discovered, what I knew about the case, who we suspected had committed this crime. Law enforcement evidently turned a blind eye on this, and sometime later eventually arrested or did arrest Lori for the crime. Now, there's no forensic evidence that ties Lori to this crime, let alone any other crime.
What do you call
There's no gun. There's no
the body in her backyard that's forensic evidence that she's connected? It's a connection. Right?
To this particular crime of murder.
So the focus of her defense was Jeremy, the guy that she had once been in a relationship with, the one that dumped her because he wanted to make his marriage work. They say he killed Mike out of jealousy. He wanted Lori. He was aware, too, of the abuse that she had suffered at Mike's hands, so he wanted to protect her, and he just was so in love with her. Then, without her knowledge, he secretly buried Mike's body on her property, leaving her completely unaware of what had happened. Kind of feels far-fetched, right? But then, after asking for money for Lori's defense, she spoke directly to the camera, fighting back here, talking about her kids, and she was actually pretty convincing. I'm coming before you guys today just to let you know that we have our suspicions, but I don't know why I've been targeted, why I've been set up, or charged with this heinous crime.
Yes.
I am not guilty. And anybody that knows me knows that my life is my children. I am a daughter, I'm a friend, I'm a neighbor, I'm a servant of God, I'm a wife, and I'm a devoted mother of four. My life is my children. The well-being of my children has and always will be my top priority. And that is the reason that I would never cause any harm to the father of my children. And I know that there's people out there that are trying to paint this picture of me, but that's not me. I'm loving, I'm caring, I have a servitude heart. I don't judge people, I accept all, and I always try to see the good in everybody. And right now, I am up against something that I would have never imagined possible. And so today, I'm coming to you, my family and I are begging you, asking for your assistance to help prove my innocence in this case.
Maybe you shouldn't have paid for a commercial.
To pay for my attorney's fees. I can tell you that I am not guilty. I had nothing to do with the murder of Michael Shaver, nor did I have any knowledge of his body being buried underwear. We were building a gathering place, a conversational fire pit area for our family and friends to spend time together. After that, things stayed relatively quiet for a few years, and her team was preparing for trial. But then in 2023, the case took an even more shocking turn, because instead of just blaming Jeremy with that earlier accusation, her attorneys now filed a motion claiming it wasn't actually Jeremy who killed the River, it was her daughter. They alleged that Lori's 7-year-old daughter Isabel had shot Mike. According to the motion, Isabel had grown up witnessing years of abuse between her parents, and in a moment of fear, while Mike was allegedly beating and threatening to kill Lori, she acted. The claim completely contradicted everything we had heard before. been questioned by police multiple times over the years, and not once did she mention this.
You too.
But still,
What's that?
the defense said that Isabel wanted to
You too.
so a judge ordered a psychological evaluation to determine if she could. By this time, Isabel was a teenager. So her trial began in September 2024, and
when brought out of the underworld, with all 3 tears collected, Phoenix set off to shrivel Aphrodite's most stubborn root and open her vault. Yes?
Too easy. Forget it.
And beyond attempting to destroy my character, they also put forth a wildly contradictory timeline, arguing that Mike hadn't actually been killed in November of 2015, even though all of the evidence suggested that, but instead, he was killed in May of 2016, 6 months after he had supposedly disappeared. Now, as for the actual shooting, they said that Mike and Lori were in a heated argument. It got physical. Mike allegedly pinned Lori down at one point, just beating her horrifically, pressing her foot against her neck. So as she was struggling below him, 7-year-old girl came, intervened, and saved his face from the door. According to Lori's account, Isabel somehow knew exactly where he was going. She ran inside, grabbed it from Lori's nightstand, and she returned just in time to see Michael. It was almost perfect. So I gotta say, that's hard for an adult to do, no less a 7-year-old. And the defense didn't stop there. They further alleged that then Jeremy, the boyfriend, arrived at the house shortly after Isabel was shot. And for reasons that never happened, he took the gun from her and shot Michael so that he could make sure that he was dead. However, Isabel he completely contradicted. Michael only been shot and there was only one gun. The defense also argued that Jeremy told Lori that he wanted to take her, which she did, and that by the time that she was home, Mike she didn't know what Jeremy had done, where it was, what happened, and that Jeremy told her to keep quiet and handle everything, and stay quiet and stay quiet. But Jeremy testified to the prosecution, and he denied everything. He insisted he wasn't at the house during the shooting or the shooting, and that during that time, he was even with them. They had already ended their relationship. He was working on things with his wife. Then on September 12th, Isabel, who was now 15, she took the stand and she told her side of the story. She started by telling the jury about the marriage relationship and also that she had witnessed them fighting on multiple occasions. Like fight really bad, pretty much all the family. But it would escalate to a point of the past month, like it wasn't a rare occurrence. Like it happened. Again, yes. Yes, it did. From me. Yeah. Then she went on to say that she witnessed a very violent conflict between her parents on the back porch of the house in 2016. She claimed she heard her mother screaming for help So she ran to her mom, grabbed the gun out of the window, returned to the scene where they were hiding, and she fired the gun. She testified, quote, I grabbed her gun and I went back there and I went to the door. The door was already open and I had my mom on the ground. Still laying something out, still kicking me. I shot her. But there were a lot of inconsistencies in this case. Isabel had never mentioned shooting Michael himself in any of her police interviews over the years. It was only now during the trial, which was nearly a decade after that she now was suddenly claiming that she's the one who pulled the trigger. Her testimony also had other factors, including getting the date. He stated that the shooting happened in May of 2015, which, remember, was 6 months after. Which appeared in November of 2016. So it was almost like she explained it. Her testimony was shaky at best.
No.
It was the school day, and he it was the school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school, and he hadn't been at the house for a while. He was sick out. And he was really I remember that this and and I heard arguing initially on the TV, and then I was like, not the TV. So yeah. And so they all and yelling, and it escalated. So I went out there, I would go through their questions around, and I opened the spare room doors, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room, and in front of the dining room, there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there. And my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch, they were out on the porch, and he pulled her by the arm, and he pulled her into the lap on the porch stairs, and he held her there, and then he was like, we can work this out, we'll figure this out, it'll be different, and he was like, no, there's no next time, there's no figuring it out, and he pushed her onto the ground. And he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face. And she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her at this time. And everyone else screaming for help, obviously. And then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed her into the ground. And I didn't hear her anymore. And sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went under her table, and I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still laying to the ground, still kicking her, and I shot him. And nothing happened. He didn't fall. Nothing happened. And then Jeremy. He was sitting in the chair. Right. I'm not exactly sure. I was aiming for I knew he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then, anyway. Yes. Yes. I'm firm on that. Yes.
Seriously?
Yes.
What happened after you laid the lady show?
Afterwards, Jeremy came and he, it was right, so right after I was spoken, I had to walk away, there was nothing yet, and he came in and he stood up for me, and then he saw him again, and that's when he stopped around, and put him in the hallway, he walked me out, and he stopped him.
Yeah.
He took, he put on his phone, take us out of the house, take us to school, and gave us to leave. You're not to tell anybody, we can't tell nobody, we can't tell the cops, we can't say anything. Well, he's going to do the same thing to me, my brother. And he was just, you know,
Two.
it almost seemed reverse and unthinkable. Meaning a lot of people believe that he's unintentional, but so realizing now that Isabel's testimonies are likely doing more harm than good, the defense made
The other one.
the very next day, Lori, who was never originally set to testify, she took the stand. Lori used her time in front of the jury to paint herself as a longtime victim of Mike's alleged abuse, and once again claimed that she had filed for divorce even though there was never a settlement. She then gave her own account of the day that Mike died, telling a story nearly identical to Isabel, claiming that Mike had unexpectedly returned to the house that morning, launched into a violent attack, and then was shot and killed. I knew people sitting out there just seeing it through the kitchen window off the back side. So I left. We started talking, and it escalated. And I just walked back in because I wasn't going anywhere. I was not leaving. And I opened the sliding glass door to go in. And when I did that, it took my thumb, landed up against the sliding glass door. There was an imprint of my thumb on that sliding glass door. He grabbed my phone, and he down and took his left. And if there was chair, that was the sliding glass door. There was like a couch, and there was a it had like a piece for the chair. And so, yeah. And he had told me that he was holding. And he's trying to do okay. We'll work it out. He's walking out. Here, I'm saying, okay, we can work out because I did every single one because I was different. He was black, so he pushed me to the ground. I remember looking at her. Yeah.
Your broken world does not deserve my perfection, but I am kind.
Fast travel spots. Oh yeah. What was that?
We had a conversation. Debated, I remember that. He had obviously he didn't know what happened. He was thinking of further from the house. And I had just told him insinuated things. Never. There's no way he could have. I wasn't going that long. He could have. Finding out the dimension. So the prosecution kept fighting back. I mean, the IP address, the credit card, the text messages, out of the entire 5-foot property, she just so happened to pour a new concrete slab directly over the spot that his body was buried. Let's go on with it. If you didn't know where he was buried, why would you pour the slab right there? Like, was it a coincidence? No, it's clearly a cover-up. And in the end, they just argued the simple truth that her story didn't add up. The fake text messages, the money trail, the concrete project, the point is, the story had killed her, and she had 14-page letter to the state attorney she still accused Jeremy of murder and maintained her innocence, which thank goodness meanwhile, to this day, still believes Lori is innocent and that she had nothing to do with it. But a lot of people are divided out there. Some people think, okay, maybe the daughter did do it. I don't believe it, but of course I don't. Many people believe Lori did it, and some people even think Jeremy. So I am curious to see what they think. But this is one of those cases that just sticks with you, not just because of all the twists and turns, but because of how long it took for the police to finally come out. And it reminds us, justice isn't always immediate. Sometimes it's literally and figuratively for years. But when the truth does finally come out, at least it brings a little bit of peace to the people who left the building. Just the family said, because they said it best. They said Michael will never be forgotten. We can be at peace knowing that the story is known by all. And that again is just so powerful. It reminds us why we talk about these cases and these stories. The family wants to make sure these stories are known by everyone. That his voice isn't forgotten. He's a father, he's a son, he's a great man. I mean, as the alleged abuse wasn't real, I will say that, although even if it was, it doesn't warrant him being murdered, but you know what I'm saying. But now, even with Lori behind the bars, these questions still linger. Why did Isabel testify the way that she did? What really happened? And did Lori act alone? Or is there still more to the story that we may never know? So let me know what you guys think in Spotify or the Apple review section, or if you're watching this on YouTube, in the comment section. I'm curious to know your thoughts. I know this was a wild one, but I appreciate you guys hearing Mike's story and allowing his voice to continue to be heard. We'll see if we hear any more from Lori. I mean, relatively recent that she was sentenced, so it probably was, but stay tuned. Alright, thanks again, guys, for tuning in. I hope you have a great week. I'll be back with you on Thursday with Headline Highlights, where we talk through everything happening this week in real time, and I'll be back again with you too next Monday for a deep dive. Alright, until then, be nice, don't kill people, say it with me, you know my new mantra, just get a divorce. Okay? And more than that, just stay calm. Alright, bye guys. Hey everybody, welcome back to an all-new episode of 10 to Life with me, Abby. I hope you guys are having a good start to your day today. I probably not with this post, but that's what we're here to do. We're here to talk through things with each other, so we can all kind of be in that.
That's all I got for you.
Right? So today's case is one that it truly is the epitome of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, as true crime watchers, we can be pretty paranoid and even safety conscious in our everyday lives. I know that I am. We teach ourselves what to do in multiple kinds of situations. But I think that we all know that when it comes down to it, there are sometimes some things that we have to be careful of. Now, it's also interesting because we'll see in this and this case really often research because it's just how wacky the technology really was. So guys, let's get right into it. Let's keep it for a second. Can be super cool. Yeah. So I feel like the system is set up so that we don't and anxiety, the cost of it all, we can be I guess. And you're saying that you never figure out at all to help things to help things to be people have customers asking for anything from credit cards, their own instant every month. They truly try to getting money. Students get worth all of your monthly payments into one interest free. So it feels like you're making all your monthly payments Everyone was under the building. Lots of exciting things going on, and she was also working a job. On top of all of that, Jordan had proposed, and they started planning their absolute dream wedding in July. Now, we all know that not everyone can afford the luxury of going to college and having a job while you're there. You usually tend to be both. I mean, I know I can. I think if you're able to do that, you're definitely one of the lucky ones. But whether Brittany simply couldn't afford not to work or just chose to work because she wanted to, I'm not exactly sure. But she did end up getting a job on campus and working in the registrar's office. During her time there, she stood out to both her coworkers and her boss, and it was because of her truly strong work ethic. It never seemed like she was just there for the paycheck, which obviously to some degree everybody is at a job there for the paycheck. But she always went above and beyond in everything that she did. She also truly enjoyed it. Her job was to document tenant records and keep the photos of the planning and planning. It was a pretty tedious job and not something that a lot of people enjoyed. But Brittany always had a smile on her face. She never complained. She even came up with a completely new system of organizing the documents, which which again was greatly appreciated since you don't see a whole lot of people going above and beyond like that in their jobs. Now, something that everyone always has said about Brittany was that she was an extremely positive person, and that she always approached everything with a glass half full type of optimism and attitude. So when she learned how long and difficult it would be to be pre-med, she just kind of let it roll off her shoulders. She believed in herself that she was just going to figure it out. She also knew that she wanted to get married to Jordan and one day have children with him. She also knew that her education would make things a little bit more successful in the short term, but she never worried too much about it. She never put that negative energy out there. Instead, she just trusted herself, and she trusted that if there was something that she wanted, she was going to make it happen. So in the spring of 2008, Brittany decided to take a semester off of work because of how difficult and time-consuming her classes were. Even after learning about her drive and her work ethic, I can only imagine how difficult the classes were. If even she was like, yeah, I can't do all of them. It was a big loss for the office where she worked, but it was more important for her to get through school. That spring, she had been attending all of her classes and working hard to stay on top of everything. It had been a difficult semester, but as April approached, the semester was closer and closer to being over, and everybody was just scrambling to get last-minute studying and assignments finished. That included Brittany and Jordan. On April 2nd, 2008, Brittany had gone to campus for her morning class that ended at 11:30 a.m. She and a friend stayed afterward to talk to the professor, trying to get some help on final papers and exams before leaving the building. They were then outside. Jordan had yelled down from a nearby balcony when he saw Brittany and her friend, and then he called her on her cell to catch up. After they chatted, Brittany decided that she was going to head back to the apartment to study. On her way home at 11:57 a.m., she tried calling her mom. Her mom didn't answer. Once she got home, she immediately logged onto her computer. But she was only on the computer from about 12 to 12:18 p.m. So that doesn't seem like a very long time to study or get anything productive done, right? And that's because something had stopped her. Something happened that made her put everything on hold. Though she had no idea just how bad things were around here. 1 minute later, at 12:19 p.m., a call came in from 911. But nobody seemed to be on the other end of this call. All the dispatcher could hear was muffled screaming, followed by these sounds that they couldn't quite make out what it was. Then the call was disconnected. So after hearing nothing else on the line, the dispatcher simply hung up, figuring, okay, maybe it was some sort of mistake, maybe it was some sort of, I don't know, prank. Then another call came in, just after 1 p.m. This time, the dispatchers could hear someone. It was Jordan, and he was calling because he had walked into a scene that was truly ripped out of a nightmare. Like I mentioned earlier, Jordan had also been on campus that morning attending his classes. His last class had ended at 12:55 p.m., and he decided to run home and get a few things done at the apartment. Remember, they didn't live too far from campus, so he got home a little after 1 p.m. When he walked up the stairs and toward the apartment's front door, though, he noticed right away that something was wrong. The lock on their door was broken, and it looked like somebody had used a lot of force to break in. So he went inside, unsure what he was about to discover, and then he headed toward the back of the apartment, their bedroom. He hadn't made it all the way to their bedroom when he then came across Brittany. She was lying on the floor in her closet. So he immediately picked up the phone and dialed 911. Because of the massive amount of blood, he told the dispatcher that he thought that Brittany had been shot. While on the phone with the dispatcher, he was instructed to check inside of her mouth and see if maybe anything was obstructing her breathing. That was when he told them that Brittany was cold to the touch. And when he tried to grab her hand to hold it and to comfort her, her fingers were apparently stiff. So police arrived at the scene a couple of minutes later at 1:08 p.m. Jordan was noticeably shaken up and clearly in shock. He kept crying to the first responders and just saying she was the nicest person ever. Who would do this? Now, he knew that she was dead the moment that he saw her given the circumstances, but she was officially pronounced dead on the scene at 1:34 p.m. Now, although Jordan mentioned thinking that she had been shot, the first responders quickly realized that that wasn't the case. An official autopsy would have to confirm the manner of death, but it was clear that there had in fact been a struggle. Brittany had been stabbed at least once, if not more. So Jordan was interviewed very thoroughly. It was clear to police that he hadn't been involved in any way, shape, or form. When he was asked if any valuables had been taken, like maybe this had been a robbery gone bad, gone wrong, he said he really didn't even have any time to check, but that both of their computers were still there, they were out in the open, and those were probably the most expensive things that they both owned. I mean, they were college students, not exactly the kind of people that you would rob. Luckily, the investigators were able to take multiple items into evidence and collect multiple swabs for DNA and fingerprints. Among the things they took as potential evidence were the bloody clothing that Brittany had been wearing, bloody women's slippers, a paper towel with an unknown red substance, a sheet of computer paper with what investigators suspected to be drops of blood, 18 different blood samples, and 2 stink traps along with their contents, hoping that maybe the killer had tried to clean up the crime scene and wash things away before leaving. They took 23 swabs of DNA and 10 fingerprints as well. They also took 9 partial footprints from inside the apartment. Now that sounds like a ton of evidence, right? So surely this case would be solved pretty easily, right? Well, as it turns out, that couldn't be. Even though it looked like nothing important had been taken from the apartment, with the door being broken in, investigators still felt like they were looking at some sort of robbery here. There had been a major wave of break-ins in the months and weeks leading up to Brittany's death, too, and it was all members of the homeless community. So investigators began looking into some of the homeless men in the area who had some recent run-ins with the law. During the first few weeks of the investigation, the detectives were also keeping pretty tight-lipped about any sort of updates in the case, even for Brittany's family. During that time, the autopsy had come back, and it confirmed that Brittany had died, and I quote, from complex homicidal violence, including multiple stab wounds and strangulation. On top of that, she had been beaten, and nearly half of the stab wounds were truthful. Now the big question was, who would have done this, and why? And where was this murderer who was now on the loose? So as you can imagine, word had spread around the town that multiple homeless men had been interviewed, and there were rumors along the lines of, had she been too nice to the homeless? There was a lot of controversy at the time because the city was seen as being more liberal with the homeless community, and they even had some policies that come out. Every day, the Capitol basement had an open door policy which gave people access to shelter, even if it was just for a short period of time. And every Sunday, the city hosted free meals for the community, no questions asked. People in the area were conflicted on whether there weren't enough regulations or whether the regulations in place had gone too far. Now, some people argued that the area that Brittany and Jordan lived in was well known for homeless people going door to door during the day. They would be asking for money, sometimes they would just be locked in homes if their doors were locked, things like that. It was made very clear by law enforcement that repeat offenders in the homeless community were being looked at, even people without a track record. They believed that Brittany's death had been the result of one of those people coming to her door to ask for money. Just a couple of months before Brittany's murder, another incident had happened in town, and it was eerily similar to Brittany's murder, which only made the town more uneasy. On January 28th, 31-year-old Joel Marino had been in his home at home with his grandmother. He was wishing her a happy birthday, when the call was cut short. It was cut short by somebody entering his home's door and stabbing him to death. Now, Joel had been stabbed twice in the stomach and even attempted to make it to the nearby hospital just yards away before he eventually collapsed in an alley and unfortunately passed away. Police investigated over 175 tips and they combed through over 3,000 mugshots of potential perpetrators. And they identified 200 suspects. A $30,000 reward was posted for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of Joel's murder. The case was still open and it was unsolved. This even by the time that Brittany was murdered. Now that was 2 separate murders within months of each other. Both people were inside their homes where they thought that they would be the safest, when then somebody unexpectedly entered, and both people were stabbed to death. So was this community looking at a possible serial killer? The fact that investigators wouldn't share much information made people assume that there was. People started locking their doors and carrying weapons like they weren't safe inside their own homes. Not to mention, the previous summer in 2007, another college student named Kelly Nolan had disappeared after a night of bar hopping. Her body was found 16 days later in a wooded area. Investigators believed that she had been kidnapped, taken there, and then killed. By the time of Joel and Brittany's murder, that case was still open, and, as you would imagine, also still this day, her family is still searching for answers. So with 3 unsolved murder cases in under a year, people were beginning to question the abilities of local law enforcement, especially after learning that Brittany had called 911 before or even during her murder. Now, we kind of brushed over that part in the story, so let's go into a little more detail about Brittany's call. We know that Brittany was on her computer from 12 to 12:18, and then 1 minute later, at 12:19, she made that 911 call from her cell phone. The 911 dispatcher was a veteran operator who initially told investigators they hadn't heard anything on the other end of the line. They claimed that they had asked repeated questions that all went unanswered, and then when the line went dead, they ended the call. During the first 2 weeks of the investigation, the operator claimed that they made a callback, and that when they did, 2 men had answered. They said that they had called by accident and they didn't need assistance. Now, apparently, that had been a complete lie. The dispatcher had made a callback, but it was to a different phone number. No callback was ever made to Brittany's phone, and the dispatcher never sent police to investigate, even though the police station was literally blocks away from the apartment. It wasn't until 48 minutes later that the police showed up, and that was only because Jordan had called. The entire community, the media, and the Brittany's family and friends were just outraged that the police were never sent to support her. They felt like Brittany did all of the correct things that you teach somebody to do from a very young age whenever there's trouble, and yet she was failed in every possible way. Nobody came to help her until it was far too late. The dispatcher had broken policy by not calling her number back, as well as not sending an officer to then follow up and go investigate. But the dispatcher argued that the police only do follow-ups when it's a call from a landline, not a cell phone, which, remember, is what Brittany called from. Now, personally, I don't know how that makes any sense, and I know it's 2008, but to tell the public that they were only going to check up on you if you called from a landline and not a cell phone just kind of seems a little jarring and borderline unprofessional, in my opinion. What do you think? If police had been sent during the phone call, Brittany's killer might still have been in the apartment. Brittany might still have been alive. Instead, she laid on the floor of her apartment for 48 minutes. She died. And I'm sure she was hoping and praying that any minute now, officers were going to bust through the door, they were going to save her, they got her call. But nothing. Now, what was most controversial about this whole thing was the fact that the authorities seemed to be trying to keep this call covered up. They refused to release the call, saying that it was going to hinder their ongoing investigation if they did. Everybody was pissed, to say the least, because they had to trust and believe that the operator had heard nothing on the call and was just acting in good faith by believing that it was a routine hang-up kind of call, an accident, a mistake. That story was criticized by Joel's parents, who spoke openly about the lack of care in handling both cases. Joel's father told the media, quote, "The county and city are more interested in fighting with each other and protecting either." He was a heavy drug user his entire life. He had gotten into trouble for drunk driving multiple times, and he had been convicted of something. So when David was interviewed by police, he admitted that he had been in the area on the day of Brittany's murder. He said he was scamming local students and also younger people by telling them that he needed $40 for a flat tire, but he was actually using that cash to test them and buy drugs. He told investigators that he had never heard of her. He knew nothing about her murder. All they had were witnesses saying he had been in the area, so his name was kind of just like pushed to the back burner, just like all of the others. Then, in December of 2008, an inmate at a prison where David had recently served time told police that David had told him something pretty interesting. He was worried that investigators would find his fingerprints around Brittany's throat, and also now obviously that was an alarming piece of evidence. But DNA technology back then wasn't like it is today, and investigators hadn't found a match. They had done everything right in terms of getting as much DNA and evidence at the crime scene as possible. And we've seen plenty of cases where things are screwed up from the very beginning, but this was different. They had so much to work with, but nothing matched any DNA in the national database. It was like some sort of sick waiting game. So unfortunately, there was going to be a very long road ahead for Brittany's family and for their fight for justice. The lack of information on what happened to their daughter didn't end in 2008. In 2010, Jordan filed 2 separate lawsuits against the authorities who mishandled Brittany's 911 call. He argued that their negligence caused him emotional distress after finding Brittany's body. Unfortunately, a court dismissed Jordan's case, stating that only family members related by blood or marriage wasn't able to file a suit. And even though he was a fiancé and they were engaged planning their wedding, legally, he did not qualify as a citizen. Also in 2010, Brittany's parents, Jane and Kevin, filed 2 separate lawsuits. The first was against the owners and management of the apartment building where Brittany lived. They were arguing that they violated the law, which resulted in the killer being able to break in through the front door. The second was against the county, arguing that they mishandled Brittany's 911 call, which ultimately resulted in her death. A settlement was reached against the county, and they agreed to put $5,000 toward the reward to find the killer. And they also were going to put $2,500 to Brittany's parents in legal fees. So with this, both sides agreed not to discuss anything about the lawsuit with the media, and the lawsuit against the apartment building was settled out of court. Again, with both sides agreeing not to discuss anything with the media. It wasn't until years later, in 2014, that any progress was actually made in Brittany's case. So many birthdays had gone by, important holidays, the day that Brittany and Jordan were supposed to get married, all without any answer. Each milestone felt like a new wave of grief, and as time went by, Brittany's family began to fear that her case was being forgotten. Then, on December 9th, 2014, a new lead suspect was named in the case. This was after the state crime lab reported that they had a DNA hit. The DNA had been taken from Brittany's right shirt sleeve, and it had the DNA profile of somebody that investigators had already looked into. The DNA hit matched David Hall. Now, David was already in prison when this information came back, and he was serving time for his 7th drunk driving conviction. The fact that there had been a DNA hit that was good news, and that was bad news. Good news because there hadn't been any information in years. Bad news because the DNA wasn't a stolen match. It was determined that with the evidence alone, there wouldn't be enough to pursue legal action. The investigators knew that if they wanted to charge David with something, they were going to need more. The same day that DNA came out, the detectives on the case also learned that David had been pretty loose-lipped about his crimes while he was in prison, especially with his cellmate, a man named Andrew. To their surprise, Andrew was willing to snitch on his friend, but of course only if he got something out of it. So 2 days after learning that Andrew might be able to help, detectives on the case went out to West Virginia to meet him. He was in federal prison for illegal gun possession. But when they got there, they were immediately annoyed because all Andrew said was that David had confessed to killing Brittany, but he refused to give them any details or any proof that he wasn't lying, that he was a suspect. So this was the beginning of an ongoing fight with Andrew to learn what he knew. Combined with the DNA evidence, it would be enough to arrest David. He had to spill. And he said that he would only spill the details of her murder if both of his felony convictions were established. His first conviction was a 2010 marijuana charge, but a second conviction was the special gun conviction in 2014, meaning that to be expunged, it was going to require a presidential pardon. And that isn't something that can happen overnight. It is an extremely slow process, guys. So it was like they were so close to possibly getting arrested for written that so far away. It was getting so he did exactly he told Dean that he was a noble man. Dean he replied, I would be willing to pay it is seriously so freaking he's getting me. So he's just trying to make people open. At least he made because they handled the problem. It had been almost 10 years with no answers, no justice. However, this development was pretty much ignored too, and it just faded away.
Why do you think there hasn't been unrest or even seemingly like person of interest or major break in the case? We thought there was. Yeah, it was 2.5 years ago. She called me to our apartment on my husband's birthday and said, we have the person responsible for killing your daughter.
We could hold. Realistically, I'm certain that we're ever going to stop this, or at least not the way it's being handled. I just don't believe it.
Now, even if investigators had been planning to do something, by that point, investigators were very confident that David was the one. He'd been in the area since then. He admitted that he had been working for David's I mean, his DNA was found on her. His excuse was that anything they found on her was in the hands of her. So he said that he was certain. All signs of something big. He just needed to be scheduled to be obviously, if David had a hunch that they were onto him, which I'm sure he did by this point, he could go into hiding, and they may never be able to find him. So they needed to figure something out while he was still in prison, and they needed to figure it out. It was now 2020, and the pandemic had started. So to a lot of people, it felt like the world had kind of turning upside down. Britney's family, the world as they knew it had ended, but that was many, many years before. But on March 20th, 2020, an arrest was finally made in this case. And the person they arrested was, you guessed it, David.
Well, this is an unconventional way to share information, but these are unusual times for it. David's message, though, is not about COVID-19, but it's about COVID. The message that I hope will bring closure to our community and justice. April 2nd, 2008, that's 12 years ago, Britain Zimmerman was killed in the town. Today I can announce that criminal charges have been filed. David Paul, a 23-year-old man, has been charged in Dane County Circuit Court with first-degree intentional homicide at the party of crime of a dangerous one.
Technology had advanced since 2008, and they were able to get that DNA hit from Britney's shirt, as well as DNA found on her jeans that matched the DNA. They had known that they had the killer all along. Unfortunately, they just had to wait for time to pass to get more evidence and connect him to the murder. So after being arrested, David finally confessed to everything that happened that day. He told investigators that on the day of Britney's murder, he had been going door to door looking for more money so he could go get high, despite already apparently being incredibly high. Similar to his earlier accounts, he had been telling people that he needed $40 to fix a flat tire. Most people turned him down, and on one occasion, he went right into the home of a woman and left her door. But when she told him that he needed to leave, he did so without an argument or any type of altercation or fight. And I can't help but wonder if that woman looks back and realizes how close she came to being murdered that day. So after going around town for a few hours with no luck, he decided that when he saw Britney's apartment building, he was going to break in, and he was hoping that since the door was locked that nobody was home. Of course, we now know that that unfortunately wasn't the case, because when he got inside, Britney was there. And initially, things hadn't gone south right away. David claimed that it had never been his intention to hurt Britney. He just wanted money. Apparently, Britney told him she didn't have any money to give him. He said he intended to leave, just like he had at that other woman's house. But then he decided to ask if he could leave the bathroom with her. Now, some people would say that Britney agreed to let him use the bathroom because that's the kind of person she was. But I think that Britney agreed to let him use the bathroom because she knew it was time to get rid of the this month, early, very seriously. Unfortunately, David got out of the bathroom, operating on He said that it was that very moment. He knew that Brittany was training for 911 and he was not about to go to jail for breaking into her apartment. He had already had his fair share of prison and he was not about to go back. So he said he ran to Brittany. That's why the officer got him. Brittany had literally been fighting for her life. She didn't exactly have time to chat on the phone with the operator. Brittany had done all of the right things. She was on the phone with him when he'd been if nobody ever After throwing her phone to the ground, David grabbed her into it, where he then threw her on the bed. Now, thinking that Brittany had probably lost consciousness by then, because David said that she was moving. But he noticed that she was still breathing. So that's when he decided to go in the kitchen, grab that knife, and stab her, make sure that she was fully dead. Now remember, we said earlier that Jordan found Brittany's body while he was walking in the bedroom, leading me to believe that she was either in the doorway or in the hallway. David's confession said that he left her on the bed. So if Jordan really found her outside of the bedroom, I'm wondering if maybe Jordan had regained consciousness and David left. Again, it makes me believe he's so frustrated that if no one had been prison, they might have had a chance to save him. David initially pleaded not guilty, and trial was left with him very smoothly. After what his lawyer called a lot of soul searching, David ultimately decided to plead guilty. The deal was that if David pled guilty, the state wouldn't contest the conviction for extended supervision after serving 20 years of sentence. David and his lawyers were fine with that because by then David had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. His lawyers requested that he be sentenced to life after the process so he could be transferred to a place for the treatment. The diagnosis was never linked to his sentencing, and the judge had already ruled. Now, there are many things about this case that are kind of funny. It's mind-blowing that it took so many years, and that had he been released from prison without the DNA test, David was very easily responsible, and he could have taken his story to his grave. I don't think I need to even mention the entire environment. How scary that is. It's horrible. I also mentioned earlier that college students who have been murdered for written. David never confessed to her work. Nothing was ever found after the case. But her family is still searching and fighting for justice. Brittany would have likely been dead. Her family has no doubt that she would have been married and killed the husband, kids, and mother says all that she could think about having the transaction was that Brittany would have been suffering because COVID-19 was exactly the type of disease that Brittany had. It's a love daughter. And I keep thinking back to that phone call that Brittany made to her mom just before everything began. I can only imagine how heartbreaking it was for Jane knowing that her daughter died probably just 30 minutes after trying to call her. Maybe they would have chatted for a few minutes and the outcome would have been the same, and maybe nothing could have changed what happened that day, but I'm sure it's still upsetting to know that you didn't have that final call with her. And it really does, at least for me, it makes you want to call the people that you love and just tell them how much you love them, how much you care about them, because it's truly, it's so cliche, but it's the truth. You never know when you're going to be and you never know when your time is going to be. It's a really scary thought to me. Just that morning, Brittany had been so happy, so full of life, stressing about things that really wouldn't matter at all just hours later. It's crazy to think about the team of this dad will imagine what because it's not even Jordan was both back out of I also wish that Thank you so much for listening to Brittany's story today. Please text your loved ones, call your loved ones, stay safe, lock your doors, and just leave a Hey everybody, welcome back to an all-new episode of To Life with me, Annie Elise. Now, I know that I feel like we're friends at this point. I like to keep it real with you. A lot of you know I have been struggling with my jaw since November of 2023, actually before that. I had a procedure in December to fix it. It worked for about 6 to 8 weeks, and then we got so, a few weeks ago, we went back in, had a more procedure, reworked the joint, something great, joints are rubbing together, it caused severe pain, all the time. So they had to do more augmentation. I was told to get the recovery maybe a week of swelling, start like things in full and learning, not learning, figuring out how to speak again. You can probably tell it's still not, I'm very, very scared and still feeling the stuff I'm very, very and my nerves particularly like now here. It's my understanding that it takes maybe several weeks to a week or so for nerves to break back, if you will, and to not but like get back to normal. So as I wait for that, my cash is still a little bit the good news is my joint is pretty healed a lot now, but there's still some so not just that, but also because it's set behind me is going full the majority of the next couple of episodes will still have more videos, more media related to the case on the screen, because not only respected standard instruction, but also the support component of my job. But a lot of this and I feel like we're very on each other, so I just wanted to come on here and at least be transparent and honest with you guys. The good news is it's corrected as of now, and the pain is gone as of now. I can still speak, which is great. It just looks a little funky and sounds a little funky. It's getting better day by day, but it still sounds kind of like I like marshmallows in the back of my mouth. But anyway, so that's what's happening now. I'm excited. We have our new merch officially launched, which, let me see, I can move my mic. You can't hear me. This is like a take on Country Club, because we're going to print them. We have some pullovers, we have hoodies, we have a bunch of stuff, so you can always check that out at AnnieElise.com. So anyway, sorry for the long-winded intro, but again, I just wanted to, be honest with you guys so that there weren't a lot of questions and things like that. But let's go ahead and jump right into today's case. Okay, so you know how it feels when you're watching like a horror movie, a scary movie, and you can tell that one of the characters is about to die, but they don't realize that they're the ones in danger? picture? Like when they're walking down a dark hallway or a shadow appears behind them and then lifts up the night, something like that. It can be suspenseful and really hard to watch, and you know what's coming next. It's inevitable, but you can't do anything to change it, and it kind of just gets you on edge. That's why suspense works so well in movies. Well, that's also kind of how today's case feels, except, of course, instead of a scary movie, this is a true story. It's about a murder that was extremely predictable. See, all of the warning signs were there. Everyone, including the authorities, had the exact evidence they needed to intervene and stop this crime before it happened. But instead, this foreseeable, predictable murder still happened. Somebody lost their life in the process, despite every single indication that they didn't have to. There's a lot to go over, guys, so let's get right into it. Guys, so you have heard me talk about being a dream sleep tea. I use it religiously, but I am not one to gatekeep, so I know some of you are coffee drinkers. Even though I'm not, I discovered Beam Super Latte and had my husband try it, and he is obsessed. So not only are Beam helping you sleep, but they're also helping you stay awake. Now let me talk to you about Beam Super Latte. It is a delicious coffee alternative that improves your daily productivity and delivers sustained energy. It's packed with natural adaptogens, nootropics, and mushrooms, all to combat all of the downsides of caffeine, but it still delivers that sustained energy. It also tastes delicious. I've even tried it even though I'm not a coffee drinker, but my husband loves it, and I think it tastes good, and I hate all coffees, all lattes, all things. Super Latte is smooth, creamy, and it still has notes of the flavor that you're familiar with. The taste alone will definitely get you out of bed. There's also jitter that has that delicious taste with no added sugar, no artificial sweeteners. It's only 15 calories. It's also vegan, paleo, keto friendly. It is the best tasting coffee alternative. And not only are you awake like coffee, but it has 1/3 the amount of caffeine. So improve your productivity and cut down on caffeine with Beam's new Super Latte. It is a delicious and effective coffee alternative that is made to not only boost your daily productivity, but also give you sustained energy. Click my link below or scan the QR code on the screen and use code 10TOLIFE to get an additional 20% off your checkout. So whether you're drinking Beam to help you sleep or to help you wake up, sweet dreams or good morning. Tammy Jo Blanton was born on January 7, 1968 in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Jeffersonville is a suburb outside of Louisville, Kentucky, and it's separated from the city by the Ohio River. Jeffersonville is known for its riverfront district, and people love to just spend time outside. They love canoeing, biking, walking, or having dinner at one of the very many restaurants in the area. So all of these activities and this atmosphere really made it an ideal place for families to settle down. And Tammy spent her whole life in Jeffersonville because she loved the area and she wanted to be close with her family, which really made sense because she had a reputation for being a truly caring, compassionate person who felt really close to her family. And she loved feeling like everybody around her was being taken care of. Tammy was gorgeous as well. She had honey blonde hair, a bright smile, and these really, really intense blue eyes. So her good looks meant that the guys were always interested in her. But while she dated throughout the years, she loved being independent, and she never married. She also didn't want kids of her own, so she decided to just be the cool aunt to all of her nieces and nephews. But overall, Tammy was just this carefree woman, and when she wasn't working, she really loved going out with her friends, getting drinks, and just having a good time. Now, by the time that she was in her early 20s, the only thing she really felt like she was missing out on was having a serious boyfriend. She didn't want to be alone anymore, and she wanted to find somebody who was fun, like her. Unfortunately, though, she had to wait a while to find him, until she was 46, to be exact. Now, in the spring of 2014, Tammy finally found just what she was looking for. At a bar in Jeffersonville, she met a man named Joseph Overhead. He was a little quiet, but he was nice, and he was definitely fun. They would spend time together playing darts and talking, and the conversation just flowed so easily. And right off the bat, there was this sense of comfort between the two of them. They hit it off immediately, and afterward, Joseph and Tammy had a whirlwind romance. Now, Tammy was 13 years older than Joseph. She had also been by herself her entire life, so she never really outgrew or left that going out and partying stage of her life. Maybe this could be seen as, I don't know, a little immature, but she was always known as a free spirit. Plus, like I said, Tammy liked taking care of other people. So when she met Joseph, he mentioned he had a pretty rough childhood and was still working on putting his life back together. And it seems like that was almost something that pulled Tammy in, pulled her toward Joseph. She wanted to help him. In general, she had this tendency to go for men that she wanted to, quote, fix. You know the type. And I think a lot of women try to do that. They're just nurturing by nature, and they do think that they're the ones who will be able to fix, people who are damaged or people who have problems. But aside from that, they really just got along well. It also helped because they liked doing the same things. They would spend their time together going out to bars, fun dates, or just hanging out at home. They really did have a lot of fun together, and they just loved being in each other's company. So even with the age gap, 13-year age gap, they got along great. So much so that just a few months after they met, Tammy asked Joseph to move in with her, and he agreed. So now Tammy was over the moon. She felt like she finally had what she wanted, a serious relationship, and it was moving on to the next step. However, her friends weren't quite as excited for her. See, it turns out they really didn't like Joseph. They felt like he was really controlling because he wouldn't let her hang out with her friends. They'd ask Tammy to go out, and she would say that she couldn't because Joseph wouldn't let her. It was as if he didn't want her hanging out with anybody except for him. It was like he was actively trying to pull Tammy away from other people in her life, kind of isolating her. And unfortunately, we've seen that in a lot of relationships, where there's an element of love bombing, then isolation, so that they have control. They have the upper hand. He even monitored her Facebook profile, and he would get in virtual fights with people who would post unrespectful laws. And he didn't limit that kind of bullying behavior to social media either. He was straight up rude to all of Tammy's friends whenever they all went out together in person. But as bad as it all sounds, Tammy still gushed about how great Joseph was.
Yeah, because he was 13 years younger, and she could tell him. It was all about how everybody else perceived her, and that's why she's an idiot. Stayed in the relationship. Okay, I'm that's what it is. It's all because of perception. She wants to be, tell all her friends he's 13 years younger. I already know it.
They decided to look into this some more, because come on, that's just
Your dude ended up trying to eat her.
I mean, they couldn't stop Joseph from actually
Stupid. Women are stupid.
They could try to learn more about
Nurture.
him to see if the behavior was actually out of character or not. So they went online and they did some digging, some sleuthing, if you will. So here's what we know now about the real Joseph. Joseph was born in 1981 in Utah. As a kid, he had been very sweet, very loving. He constantly hugged and kissed his mother. Joseph also had two siblings, one older, one younger, and his childhood was pretty normal, pretty happy. But then everything changed in June of 1997 when Joseph was 16 years old, because that is when his older brother died by taking his own life. Now, no one had suspected his brother would do something like that, so everybody was shocked. And Joseph took this loss especially hard because he had been really close with his brother. So hard, in fact, that he started spiraling. And then, about a month after his brother's death, his dad died from a local newspaper called a very suspicious overdose. Why the overdose was suspicious, we aren't entirely sure, but it's been said that his death also most likely was self-inflicted. Now, anybody would struggle to deal with that kind of loss. And again, Joseph was only 16 years old, not even an adult yet. His mental health took a sharp turn for the worse at that point, and he stopped being that happy and loving kid that he used to be. His personality did a complete 180. Now he was angry, spiteful, and unpredictable. Joseph experimented with hard drugs to escape, and mostly meth. He also made comments about how much he hated his life and how there was no point in living. People who knew Joseph said it was like he was trying to act like this tough guy from movies and from TV shows, all to just cover up how much he was really struggling. So needless to say, Joseph now had a terrible reputation. It was a reputation that stuck with him all the way until he was now 17 years old and started dating a new girl named Sabrina Elder. Sabrina's family knew about Joseph's drug use and his angry personality, so they did not approve of him dating Sabrina. In fact, when Sabrina's grandfather first met Joseph, he chased him off the lawn because he didn't want Joseph to have anything to do with her. But Sabrina kept staying with him, and eventually she got pregnant. So even with a baby on the way, Sabrina's family did not want to have anything to do with Joseph. but she ended up moving in with him and with his relatives, which meant that she was staying with Joseph, his mom, his little sister, and his grandma. Now, we know a lot of the time that teen romances, they aren't built to last, and it really didn't take long for Sabrina and Joseph to start fighting all the time. They broke up, but Sabrina kept living with Joseph so that it would be easier to parent together once the baby came. It's probably safe to assume that she wanted Joseph to be a part of their baby's life, but as it turned out, he didn't feel ready for fatherhood. He told his friends that he was dreading the birth. He also started spreading rumors that Sabrina slept around, and he wasn't even sure if he was the father. A couple of times, Joseph said that he wanted a paternity test. Now, I don't know if Sabrina ever actually cheated on him, or if there were any grounds to those rumors, but I do understand how Joseph might latch on to that idea, because maybe he thought that a paternity test would get him out of a situation that he didn't want to be in. But aside from that, there was no excuse for some other things that he said, including that he wanted to kill Sabrina. Now, as alarming as that statement was, his friends didn't take it too seriously. Apparently, he only made those kinds of comments when he was high, so they wrote them off as not didn't really have much meaning. But either way, Sabrina gave birth to a baby boy on December 4th, 1998. They named him after his father, Joseph, and to avoid confusion, I'm just going to call him the baby, and the father was Joseph. Okay, just so that we can all follow him clearly. Now, even after the birth, Joseph still was not interested in fatherhood, and he was getting into arguments with Sabrina over the paternity of the baby. At one point, their arguments got so bad that on December 8th, when the baby was only 4 days old, Sabrina had to call the police. She said that they had been arguing about who the baby's father was, that Joseph punched her, and then he ran away. Joseph was gone by the time the cops arrived, and they weren't able to find him. The next day, Sabrina was home with the baby and with the rest of the family. They were all sitting together when Joseph came home. He was acting very, very strangely. It seemed like he was under the influence of something. He kept pacing in the hallways, acting upset, but nobody knew for sure what was bothering him. Then, all of a sudden, he pulled out a gun. He started shooting wildly all over the place. His mother was the first person who figured out how to react. She grabbed the baby out of Sabrina's arms and she made a run for it. But Joseph shot her in the neck. She fell down, and Joseph's 13-year-old sister ran over to help. She took the baby out of her mother's arms and she ran out the door, and luckily they both made it safely. But now Joseph was alone in the house with Sabrina. He shot her 5 times in the head, killing her instantly. Then he turned the gun on himself and pulled the trigger. Someone called 911. It's not clear who, and everyone was rushed to the hospital. Joseph's sister and the baby were unharmed since they hadn't been shot. His mother managed to survive that gunshot wound to her back.
Sabrina, though.
And in a total shock to everybody, Joseph also lived, even though he had shot himself in the head. The bullet ended up getting lodged in his frontal lobe, which is the part of the brain that helps you think rationally and control your emotions. When the doctors saw his scans, they thought that somehow Joseph had come out more or less unscathed. It didn't look like the gunshot actually caused any major damage. In fact, if they did surgery to try to remove the bullet, they were more likely to injure him during the procedure. So instead, they left the bullet in his head. A month later, in January of 1999, once Joseph had enough time to recover, he was arrested and he was charged with Sabrina's murder. The police also pressed the charges for attempted murder since he shot his mom. The bail was at $1 million. And Joseph's family supported him. Even after everything he had done, his own mother, whom he shot, still defended him. She said he acted the way that he did because he had been through so much with the death of his brother and his father. His grandparents also helped, and they were able to pay for a really good defense team. And his lawyers convinced the judge to let Joseph go without that much of an expensive bail payment. They argued that Joseph was just going through a hard time, and he needed to be home so that he could heal with his family, which seems so bizarre to me because going through a hard time doesn't equate to trying to murder multiple people in your family and actually murdering the mother of your child. But shockingly, the judge actually agreed with him. So Joseph got to go home and tell his trial, all while remaining under house arrest the entire time. Now, he was supposed to face the jury in January of 2000, but a couple of things went down before his hearing could begin. First and foremost, Joseph's mother and sister refused to cooperate with the prosecution. His immediate family members also were fully prepared to defend Joseph, even though he literally shot them. Their argument was that Joseph just wasn't the sort of person who commits murder. Instead, he just wasn't handling And they also argued that the drugs would get him from thinking straight. The prosecutors knew that if Joseph's sister and mother, his literal victims, weren't willing to take the stand against him, they would have a really tough time getting a conviction for first-degree murder. So instead, they made a plea deal where Joseph would settle for manslaughter and attempted murder, and he accepted the deal. During his sentencing hearing in March, everyone repeated those same arguments again, that Joseph wasn't violent. He would never dream of hurting anybody if he wasn't high on meth. His lawyers actually pointed at the bullet in his brain as evidence that he was going to reform. They said that ever since he had shot himself, Joseph had now been very calm, very relaxed, and that he just didn't have it in him anymore to do something as dangerous again. They even compared the bullet in Joseph's head to a lobotomy. Now, if you don't know what that means, a lobotomy was a very popular neurological procedure in the 1940s and 50s. The surgery involved making holes in the skull to then cut the nerve connections between the frontal lobe and other parts of the brain. The idea was that the surgery would provide relief for people with various mental health issues like schizophrenia and OCD. However, that surgery has since been discredited because it was known to completely alter people's personalities. They would start behaving erratically and impulsively. In fact, damage to the frontal lobe can prevent rational thinking and increase irritability. So it didn't make sense that Joseph's lawyers were now making the argument that he was more calm. They never even had a doctor or a psychiatrist support these claims either. So in addition to all of this, Joseph also expressed remorse for what he had done. He said, quote, "I give my life for purpose. I will take responsibility for my acts, not only today, but for every day until I die." So thanks to all of those arguments and Joseph's apparent regret, he was only sentenced to 15 years in prison. And understandably, Sabrina's family was furious about all of this. First, they didn't think that it was fair that Joseph had only been charged with manslaughter. Even if his mom didn't want to testify against him, that didn't change the fact that he had pointed a gun at Sabrina's head and he pulled the trigger 5 times. Plus, they did not believe a word of what Joseph's family said. They thought that he was very dangerous, and the murders were completely in character for him. They worried that once he went free at the end of his sentence, he would hurt somebody else. Sabrina's grandfather even told the reporter, quote, "He's going to get out in 5 to 7 years and he's going to do it again." Now, he said 5 to 7 years, even though Joseph was supposed to go away for 15, and I guess he had already mentally shaved off some time for parole, which was pretty straightforward thinking on his part, because Joseph did have a parole hearing after a few years. Sabrina's family attended it, and they insisted that Joseph was not ready to return to freedom. Apparently, while he was in prison, he'd actually bragged about his crime, and he got a tattoo on his back that said, "Murderous Deeds." But a prison psychiatrist evaluated him, and the psychiatrist said he had changed, and he no longer was a threat to society. They also said he never had any disciplinary problems during his incarceration, and his good behavior should count in his favor. So the parole board truly believes that Joseph had reformed, and they released him on July 12, 2012. Now, even though he was released, they did warn that if he was caught breaking the law again, it would be considered a parole violation, and he would have to go back to prison in Utah. So upon release, now Joseph wasn't behind bars, and his whole family had moved out of the state to Indiana. Since Joseph didn't know anyone in Utah anymore, he decided he was going to move to be closer to his mom, and he got permission to relocate without violating his parole. In theory, he was supposed to agree to some extra monitoring, and officials back in Utah would find out right away if he did anything that he wasn't supposed to. But there were a lot of steps. Joseph's parole officer in Indiana would have to hear about whatever he did wrong. Then he would have to tell his parole officer in Utah, who would then tell the parole board. So it's really easy for little details to fall through the cracks. And that's exactly what ended up happening with Joseph. See, in March of 2013, Joseph met a woman at a bar. They flirted a little bit, then they went back to her place. They were right in the middle of having a good time, if you know what I mean, having sex, when a man suddenly burst into the apartment and started hitting Joseph with a baseball bat. Joseph tackled the man and then began strangling him. That's when the woman then called the police. When they arrived, Joseph was still naked, standing over this man with his hands still around the guy's neck. The man was very urgent, but Joseph would not let go. His knuckles were swollen, they were bleeding, and he didn't stop, so the police basically wrestled him off of this other guy. So then, everybody gave their statements, which got pretty confusing because everybody Tammy's story was a little bit contradictory. The woman tried to say that Joseph followed her home and then broke into her apartment, but Joseph said that he was the victim in all of this, that the man and the woman brought him over so that they could steal his phone, his wallet, his car keys. So it's a pretty confusing story. What really happened here? And it turns out that the woman was cheating on her boyfriend, and then the boyfriend attacked Joseph because she was cheating. It isn't confirmed, but Joseph probably made up the story about how they really hooked up so that he could avoid getting in trouble for his violent behavior. Later on, the woman did confess that she willingly brought Joseph home. But even with her new admission, Joseph was eventually arrested. He was charged with battery, strangulation, and resisting law enforcement. He was taken to jail, but his grandfather bailed him out for the low price of $1,000, which, honestly, that was a steal, given that he already had been convicted of manslaughter, and this was now the second time where he tried to kill someone. In fact, in theory, now that he had been arrested, Joseph should have automatically gone straight back to prison in Utah. He violated his parole, and his Indiana parole officer knew what had happened, but for whatever reason, they didn't say anything to the Utah authorities. Apparently, they were confused about whether Joseph was the victim or the perpetrator of the crime, which, okay, fair enough. The whole situation, it was super confusing. But when they couldn't get a straight answer from anyone, they decided just to not follow up or tell anybody about what went down. So Joseph got out because they did not give consequences. But then there was another incident a year later. The police tried to pull Joseph over in Indiana for driving recklessly. But instead of pulling over, Joseph kept going. And pretty soon, he was in a high-speed chase that took him all the way from Jeffersonville, Indiana, to Kentucky. The chase lasted around 45 minutes, but he was eventually caught, arrested, and charged with resisting arrest. But once again, Joseph lucked out because his bail was only $500, and nobody bothered to tell the Utah parole board about what had happened, not about anything. Apparently, right before the chase, Joseph had called the police and said that his family was trying to kill him. The police were worried about his mental state after they caught him, and they sent him to a facility to get looked at. While he was there, he kept asking the nurse to give him a gun. He called himself lewd, and he was biting himself. Mental health professionals said that he was paranoid, he was delusional. So it was like it didn't matter what Joseph did. He just kept skating by without ever facing any consequences. Nobody cared about his background or the possibility that he might hurt somebody again. I mean, at least not until he started dating Tammy, and now her friends ended up digging into his past to see what his deal was. So we spent a ton of time talking about Joseph's past, but let's get back to September 14th, the year that Tammy and Joseph met, fell for each other, and moved together. Things in their relationship escalated pretty quickly, but now that Tammy's friends had learned some of the extremely unsettling information about Joseph, they told Tammy, and everybody was shocked by how she responded. See, Tammy didn't seem horrified or surprised. She also didn't try to deny anything happened. She said she already knew about all of it, and even more, she was okay with it. In fact, Tammy was the one who paid that $500 bail amount after the high-speed chase. It happened a few months into their relationship. And as for the fact that Joseph had killed his ex-girlfriend Sabrina and shot her off, Tammy figured that he was really young, and that he shouldn't be judged based on that one little big mistake. He just wasn't that good of a person. And it was basically the exact same argument that Joseph's mother, sister, and his grandmother all made during his trial, that this horrible act of violence should be treated like a minor mistake. Tammy also said that Joseph was a totally different person. She thought that the shootings only happened because he was grieving, he was on drugs. But in the years since then, Joseph had gotten clean, he worked hard at his job, he lived each day like he wanted to prove that he had turned everything around. And this might have been a little naive on Tammy's part, sure, but she thought that she was one of the reasons that Joseph had changed so much. I mentioned it before, but Tammy loved especially anyone who seemed like they were struggling with personal issues. One of the big reasons that she was attracted to Joseph was because he seemed like he needed her so bad. And I'm sure we all have that one friend who dates terrible guys because she wants to save them. I know I do. It's a terrible situation that usually does not have a happy ending, but you can't help them until they're ready to help themselves. And while Tammy had what sounded like good intentions, it also seemed like she was in this relationship for all the wrong reasons. In fact, she even admitted that she was upset when Joseph got arrested after the car chase. It felt like a big setback when they had after they made so much progress. Part of her still hoped that their relationship would work, but she did have some doubts now. And even though Tammy defended Joseph to her friends, behind the scenes, she really was starting to get pretty fed up. Joseph was insisting that he was supposed to change the man, but Tammy was starting to notice that he still had some violent tendencies. He wanted total control over everything that Tammy did, what she wore, where she went, who she would talk to, and if she did something that he didn't approve of, he would throw an absolute tantrum. And all of this really scared Tammy, because his anger was so intense. While he wouldn't physically hurt her, she sensed that it would eventually get to that point. So now, Tammy was seriously thinking about leaving Joseph, but there was a new complication that stopped her from ending immediately. She started worrying about what he might do to her if she broke up with him. And those fears, let's just be honest, they were totally valid. Especially because on Monday, September 8th, 2014, Tammy came into work and she was visibly shaken. Her colleagues, who were some of her closest friends, came up to her. She pulled them aside and told them that she just survived a hurricane. Joseph had tied her up and spent the entire weekend sexually assaulting her. She convinced Joseph to let her go because she knew that her coworkers would become suspicious if she didn't go to work. He did agree. Now, obviously, her friends were upset and they were horrified, and they tried to convince her to call the police, but she refused. Even after all of these horrible things that Joseph had done to her, she was still thinking in terms of how she could help him. She didn't want him to go back to prison, but at least Tammy recognized by this point that she couldn't stay with him any longer. She was ready to dump him, and all of her friends were completely supportive of that idea, but she didn't want him going back to prison. But at least, at the very least, she was getting herself out of this terrible situation. That's what her friends thought. Now, understandably, Tammy was way too scared to go home that day, so she stayed with a friend. That friend also helped Tammy write and send a Joseph a text, which read, "You can choose to be in denial about what happened Saturday into Sunday. I will be. No one, no one gets to terrify me like you did on Sunday. I will never forget it until I'll live it." But Joseph did deny. He wrote in reply that said, "We had a great dinner Saturday. Don't let the negative enter your mind. You are my soulmate. Come to me, please. Come home and talk to me, baby." Now let's just talk about the audacity of this lie. He sexually violated his girlfriend, arguably one of the most traumatizing things that you can do to a person. And then he acted like this great dinner on Saturday should make up for it. And then he tried to gaslight her by saying that she was just letting the negative thoughts enter her head, take over everything. Now, I don't know if he actually thought that he could persuade Tammy to be okay with what he did, or maybe he was thinking in terms of not leaving any evidence for the police to find later. I don't know. But either way, this response from him was so creepy and so violating, just building on the terrible ways that he had hurt Tammy already. And then he escalated by showing up at Tammy's work the next day, which was September 9th. He was belligerent and he begged her to get back together with him, actually thinking that was going to work. Now, Tammy wasn't charmed. She wasn't pretending. She was terrified, and so were all of her coworkers. They told her to go home, pack up all of his stuff, and get him officially out of her house. And she did exactly that. It took a few days, but she got all of Joseph's stuff into trash bags, and then had her dad change the lock so that Joseph couldn't get back in. From there, a few more days went by. Then, late in the evening on September 11th, Tammy called the police to report a domestic dispute at her house. Specifically, Joseph was trying to break in, and he would not leave. The police got there right away, and they found Joseph acting really agitated. He kept going on and on about how officers, according to him, always supported women, which, let's just say, that is a big red flag. Even though Joseph wasn't happy about it, he eventually agreed to leave. Now, just to be careful, the police decided to patrol the area for another hour, just to make sure that he didn't come back. Then, once they felt comfortable that Joseph was actually gone for good, they moved along with their night. But the next morning, Tammy did not show up for work. Now, she was never late, and on the rare occasion that she was sick or something, she always would text somebody to let them know. So, of course, it was concerning that she was now not at work. She also wasn't responding to anybody who was trying to text her, and then add in everything that had just gone down with Joseph, and everybody right away jumped to the worst possible conclusion. But before anybody could panic too much, one of her coworkers called Tammy's phone just to check in on her one more time. But a man answered. He said his name was John, so Tammy's coworkers were like, who the heck is John? None of them remembered her ever mentioning anybody with that name. Now, by this point, the first coworker had hung up with John, so then somebody else tried calling her. Again, a man answered. instead of saying his name was John, now the guy said he was Tammy's brother. Except that coworker had actually met Tammy's brother before, and he knew what his voice sounded like, so they knew that this guy on the phone was lying. So that was enough for them to call the police and ask for a welfare check on Tammy. It was still pretty early in the morning. This was right at the beginning of Tammy's shift. But as far as the police were concerned, the night shift was over and the day shift was well underway. So the officers who had handled the domestic disturbance call the night before hadn't had a chance to talk to their replacements about what had happened. So these new officers who came over to Tammy's house had no idea that Joseph had tried to break in just a few hours before. They did see some signs of forced entry, but again, they didn't have any idea who might have gotten in. When they knocked, Joseph answered it was. But the cops didn't have any reason to be suspicious of him. Nobody had told them that he was Tammy's pet, or that he was not supposed to be there. He said that Tammy wasn't home, and I don't know, maybe he expected the officers to believe him, and they might have. That's for a fact, they saw a cut on the knife. He also seemed really nervous, and when the police asked if they could pat him down, he completely refused. So this was all suspicious enough for the officers to arrest him. So now he didn't get a say in whether or not they searched him, and sure enough, they found a bloody knife inside of his pocket. Then the police went inside, and inside there was blood everywhere. They called out for Tammy, but nobody replied, and the blood formed a trail which led right into the bathroom. There, they could see even more blood inside the tub. However, they couldn't get a good look because there was a tarp covering the entire bathroom. But when they lifted up the tarp, they found Tammy's body. She was dead, and she had huge cuts on her face and on her abdomen. On top of that, part of her skull had been crushed, and pieces of her skull were missing. A killer smashed it in such a way that they left little pieces of her brain scattered all around the bathroom. Now, I know that this is all really gruesome, but that's not even the end of it. In the kitchen, the police found a pan and a pair of tongs covered in blood and pieces of Tammy's hair, and part of her skull was sitting on a plate on the kitchen table, indicating that what Joseph had tried to eat part of Tammy, consume her, cannibalism. Now, Tammy's autopsy showed that she had been sexually assaulted and also stabbed about 25 times. Her official cause of death was sharp force trauma, meaning that she was stabbed. Besides her skull, some of her organs were also missing, including her lungs and her heart. Which I just have to say, how beyond grotesque is that not only are you murdering somebody, but you are removing parts of their organs from their body. It just shows a whole different level of brutality and disgust and violation, in my opinion. Now, during his interrogation, Joseph confessed that he did break into Tammy's home. When Tammy saw him, she ran to the bathroom. She locked her press inside. But Joseph smashed the door down and then stabbed her over and over again. Once she was dead, he used his power tools to remove parts of her brain, her heart, and her lungs. And then he ate them all. Which, yeah, guys, I told you that this was going to get more gruesome. He started with the brain, which he ate raw. Then he decided to cook her heart and cook her lungs. Now, it doesn't sound like Joseph was thinking especially rationally during this process. Not that I think anybody rational would do this sort of thing to another person, but he said a lot of unhinged things. Like that he could hear Tammy's thoughts, or that the Greek god Zeus talked to him, that he had a third eye in his forehead, things like that. He said that he ate Tammy's brain so that he could have her third eye too. And apparently, when he ate pieces of her heart and her lungs, demons escaped from her body. He also claimed that by killing Tammy, he was, quote, restoring the balance. However, at some point later on, Joseph actually ended up recanting this entire statement, and he told another story. Now he said that when he got to Tammy's house, he saw multiple black men inside. One of them was attacking Tammy, so he jumped in and tried to help her. Which, how convenient that he just happened to break in, uninvited, just in time to play the hero. Nobody's finding it. Joseph then said that the men wanted to eat his brain so that they could have his third eye. He fought back apparently though, but then they knocked him out. When he woke up, Tammy was already dead at the time. And Joseph knew that the men were trying to frame him because they had put the bloody knife inside his pocket. Now, as crazy as this sounds, you're not alone because the police, they didn't buy this story at all. I don't think I need to spell out why. Like, it's just not believable. We all understand it's absolutely absurd. But just to be extra thorough, they did check to see if there was any evidence of these other attacks. Big surprise, there wasn't. Now, Joseph never actually said why he decided to kill Tammy. However, it seems pretty clear that his mental state was pretty messed up. So he was charged with first-degree murder, sexual assault, and abuse of a corpse. He was denied bail even while he kept claiming that he was innocent.
Just because you claim you're innocent doesn't mean you get bail.
I would like to say that all these charges against me and allegations are false.
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, now all of a sudden I can twirl like a ball.
Now, it was pretty clear that Joseph was dealing with some kind of severe mental issue.
He tried killing himself once. Like, he doesn't give a shit. This dude literally shot himself in the head, survived, got a good sentence, got out of jail, and then killed somebody. And then ate them. Ate their lungs. And heart.
Treatment, he can move forward and face a jury for his crime. In the meantime, though, Joseph kept firing and then hiring new members of his defense team because he constantly had issues with everybody who was working. Specifically, he said that they were putting thought inside his head. Now, the obvious move here would have been for Joseph to plead insanity, and that would basically every single one of his lawyers told him to do, but Joseph refused. He said it would make him look weak, and it would prove that he had killed Tammy. But the alternative was for Joseph to face the death penalty. Nobody wanted him to be executed. He was clearly dealing with some pretty serious mental problems. Eventually, Joseph's team worked out a deal with the prosecutors. They said that they weren't going to plead insanity, and they would go through a typical trial. But in return, the state could not pursue the death penalty. They could only ask for life imprisonment. So those terms sounded good for everybody agreed, and Joseph's trial began in 2019. Now, out of the desire not to bias the jury, nobody was allowed to talk about Joseph's prior crimes. So basically, nobody was allowed to know that Tammy was actually the second girlfriend that Joseph had killed, or anything about his past trouble with the law. But, you know, sometimes things like that don't work out, and that's not how things work.
Day one of testimony in a high-profile murder case. Joseph Oberhansley is charged with raping and killing his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Jo Blanton, and then consuming her organs. It happened in Jeffersonville in 2014. On Thursday, two women, friends and co-workers of the victim, told jurors the last few days of Blanton's life she lived in fear of her ex and had police on speed dial. But it's the testimony of a third friend that changed everything.
Anytime that word said in a trial, you know things have just went bad.
That word? Prison. Prior to trial, both sides agreed Oberhansley's criminal record and drug use would not be mentioned. That witness did both, prompting the judge to declare a mistrial Thursday afternoon. Oberhansley's attorney, Brett Westerfeld, called it the right move, but still disappointing.
You feel like you were ready to go, and suddenly you can't go anymore. So it's kind of like, very much like that. I like it.
Clark County prosecutor Jeremy Moult told the judge a mistrial was the best move, concerned the higher court could strike down an eventual verdict and send the case back to square one.
Honestly, this all sounds like a good deal for Joseph. I'm sure he would have preferred a not guilty verdict to a trial, but basically, he got another shot at another hearing where the jury had no idea about his blood-soaked history, except instead, a complaint. He didn't stop rambling about how badly he thought that he was being treated the whole way back to his house. Joseph went back to the facility, and his new trial began on September 11, 2020. This time, everyone stuck to the facts as they pertained to Joseph and Tammy. And there were plenty of facts here, guys. I mean, texts that Tammy sent saying that she was scared, blood from the crime scene, which matched Joseph, and also Tammy's DNA, his confession. I mean, I could go on and on. Then, when Joseph took his pen, he came across as very irrational and nonviolent. He also told that same unbelievable story that he weirdly found him not guilty of the sexual assault, though, even though his semen was inside her body. Still, the other convictions were enough to sentence him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joseph did go on to try and appeal, but it didn't work out for him. The conviction stood. So finally, for the first time in his entire life, Joseph had to face some real consequences, which he could not legally help. However, a lot of pain and heartache could have easily been avoided had any of those earlier charges of his stuck. I mean, the whole reason that Joseph got out after Sabrina's murder was because everybody insisted that he had changed. He wasn't violent anymore. But clearly, that was not true. If it was, Annie would still be alive. And that's before I even get into those countless parole violations, which just fell through the cracks. Nobody ever followed up on them. And Joseph just got to keep living as a free man. And Tammy was the one who paid the price for all of his crimes. She also left behind all of those friends and her family. And they still miss her terribly, even today. And it makes me so angry because they didn't have to lose her at all. There were so many chances for people to intervene and save her. This murder was so preventable. So I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on this case, guys. So please leave them in the comments below. And thank you again for being so understanding about my jaw. I'm hoping that it gets fully back to normal with my speech in the next few weeks, but I appreciate you bearing with me. I was going to take time off, but the more I thought about it and sat with it, I really feel like it is important what we do here. It's important that we share these victims' stories. It's important that their voice continues to be heard and that we continue to raise awareness. So, although it may not sound perfect to you, I do appreciate you sticking through and hearing their stories with me. Alright guys, thanks again. Don't forget to check out all of the new merch if you are interested at all at AskMeAnything.com. And until the next case, stay safe. Bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to Almost Reserved with me, Annie. I hope you guys are all having a great day so far. I have a really trusted and important case to talk with you about today. So wherever you are, I hope you are in a calm, peaceful place of all that. Let's just all get to a one place. Get your comfy socks on, grab a drink, grab a coffee, grab a cocktail. If you're cleaning the house, because I know so many of you tell me you're cleaning when you listen, get that extra bleach or rubber glove because you're going to scrub the shit out of your tub in a second with anger, and get ready. So I think we're all pretty familiar with the story of Cinderella, right? How she had this just horrible wicked stepmother, how at the end she lived happily ever after, and that was all thanks to the godmother and some of the creatures that get redressed all those things. Well, today's case deals with the stepmother, and no, it is not Letitia's step, but close for her. But this stepmother is far from her hands as a stepmother. And there is a very conversation there is a neighbor's thing pretty it's also weird. A ton of crazy twists and turns that really do highlight the importance of keeping that sense of innocence and just turning a blind eye. So this one has a lot for us to go into and unpack. So let's dive right in. Sweet and adorable 10-year-old Sarah Fairacre was born on November 16th, 1990. She was born to a relatively young couple, 25-year-old Adam Baker and 19-year-old Emily Baker. The couple were engaged, but they never ended up married, and three of them lived in Wagga Wagga in New South
Wagga
Wales,
Wagga.
Australia. And things were not perfect for the family, as Emily struggled severely with postpartum depression. Like I said, Emily was a young mom. She was only 19 years old. Zara, she don't know where his brother and dad also lived, and over the years, Emily lost touch with Adam, therefore losing touch with Zara. But even without her mom in her life, Zara was a really happy little girl, and she had this very strong love for her dad. Sadly, at just 5 years old, and she was 5, she was diagnosed with colon cancer, and this led to her having the bottom part of her left leg amputated. Even with a cancer diagnosis, she had a very positive outlook. Once, she attended a fundraiser for cancer, and she went to a 44-year-old white who had been diagnosed with cancer, and he was about to have his head shaved, and Zara went up to him and said, "Don't be scared." So after that, the two of them became very close, and him almost kind of became like a second husband to Zara. And then when Zara's health continued to decline and get worse, he would call her while she was in the hospital. And Zara would tell her, "It's okay, I'm going to be okay because I'm going to be getting a Barbie made, so I didn't want you to be upset." He's trying to really see the positive aspect, not just for the her loves. He loves caring for other people while keeping a great and positive heart. Sadly though, a few months after Zara got her first leg and started getting used to it, the doctor found that she had tumors in her lungs, and she ended up getting diagnosed with lung cancer. She ended up having to go through rounds and rounds of chemotherapy, which also didn't stop the cancer, but unfortunately it left her with partial hearing loss, and she struggled to hear F and S sounds. And even that didn't stop her with her death in her life. And also didn't stop her desire to help other people who had cancer as well. She was always an inspiration for fellow campers at camp that she attended that was for kids with cancer, and she didn't let her physical setbacks ever hold her back from participating in all different activities, not only the activities that camp had to offer, but what life had to offer in general. Zara was beloved by her community as well, so much so that the town raised enough money for a wheelchair and a laptop so that she could do her schoolwork at home. So things were going well for Zara and her dad, all things considered, but Adam was lonely. He didn't really have a lot of friends, so to unwind after Zara would go to bed, he would stay up late on an IMVU chat room. Now when IMVU was created, it wasn't meant to be an acronym, but the creators want IM in there because of the whole concept of instant messaging. So some people refer to it as instant messaging virtual universe or in my virtual universe, but essentially there you can create your own 3D avatars and then you can enter into these chat rooms and interact with people. So in IMVU, that's where he met somebody by the name of Gothic Fairy. And Gothic Fairy was really 42-year-old Elisa Fairchild, who was a little bit older than Adam because he was just 33 years old at the time. Now Elisa describes herself as Gothic, and her avatar had a big red apron, and it was also wearing a cap. Adam's avatar had back bands, and he wore a black duster, which is similar to a trench coat or a t-shirt for some people. So the two of them really hit it off in this online universe of IMVU, and they began dating. The problem here was that Elisa lived in North Carolina, 23 hours away from Adam. So the two of them considered themselves in a long-distance relationship, of course. Even with them never meeting in person, Elisa considered Adam to be her soulmate. She even wrote on her MySpace page, "Who says a long-distance relationship is bad?" So not too long after the relationship began, Adam ended up flying Elisa to Queensland, and they got married in July of 2016. Now little did Adam know, Elisa was already married, and she never had legally divorced from her last husband, Aaron Whitman, from 2 years prior, back in 1998. Not only that, but she had quite a few marriages under her belt, making Adam her 7th husband. Now Elisa kind of had a knack, I will say, for marrying before divorcing, because there was a time in her life where she was actually married to 3 different members of one family. But Adam knew about some of her past relationships, as Elisa had 3 much older biological children, all to different men, and her children's names were Brittany Starbuck, Amber Fairchild, and Elisa Crawford. So Elisa seemed to have Adam kind of almost under her spell, and ultimately she convinced him to move to North Carolina with her. But this was not a good decision for Zara. Not only did she not want to move away from her home where she had her family, her friends, and this community that loved her, but her health care in Australia was free, which was really important because of all of the health care issues that she had. And she spent a lot of time in the hospital and needed treatments often. So this was going to be expensive. Going to America just didn't make sense for her needs. It wasn't like Adam had this great job lined up either with these amazing benefits or anything like that. And Lisa didn't work either. So Adam's family and friends weren't happy with him for moving Zara. But at the end of the day, they really didn't say anything because it was his daughter. And he felt like he was making the right choice because Zara didn't have her biological mom in the picture, and ever since she was a baby, and Lisa really took to her while she lived in Australia. They hit it off, and she cared for her. So Adam figured that finally Zara could have a mother in her, even if it was a step. So the newly married couple and Zara moved to Hickory, North Carolina in December of 2008. And while living there, they lived with Lisa's mom. Now, Hickory is 60 miles north of Westchester, and it isn't a very big city. It has about a population of 34,000. It's known for its paper cost of living, and it's also known as the birthplace of due to the Hickory Motor Speedway. Now, even though the community of Hickory is overall pretty friendly, it does have its fair share of crime. But even so, people genuinely seem to enjoy living there and calling Hickory their home. So Adam ended up taking a job as a laborer at Real Tree Services in Morgantown, which was really just like temporary removal. So Zara picked up her third grade year at Hudson Elementary School in March of 2009. But by that July, Lisa had a massive argument with her dad in parking lot, which then led to the family moving to an apartment in Granite Falls, about 10 minutes away. Even though the move wasn't that far, it meant that it was yet in the end another change for Zara, as she now had to switch schools once again. Luckily, she was a pretty resilient kid, though, right? And she did well in almost any situation. So, this was just going to be one more situation in the town. Adam and Elisa's neighbors, Shirley, who was the manager of the apartment building, and her husband, Daryl, had no idea, though, that Zara was their daughter. They saw her and they never apparently saw her again. They claimed that they would occasionally take little photos, but they claimed that it was physically their daughter. And apparently, the newlywed boys did not last long, because Adam and Elisa. It was apparently so bad that their neighbors could hear them through the walls, and at one point, a framed photo on Shirley and Daryl's wall fell down completely because the walls were literally shaking from the fight. Now, oftentimes, Adam and Elisa would argue in the parking lot for everyone to just see it. They would see these fights. They would also see that they weren't just verbal fights, but they would often turn physical. So in early November of 2009, Shirley and Daryl had enough of the fighting and so they told them it was time for them to go. And then a day and a half later, they completely was they disappeared. So Shirley and her husband went to the walkthrough of the apartment after the family left so that they could decipher any damages, figure out if they were planning to replace repairs, maybe a closet, things like that. And when they got to the closet that led to the attic, the door had been taken off the hinges, and a cubbyhole was at it, no longer had a door. So Shirley and Daryl thought that was really obvious, and then they got to thinking about how sometimes during the short time that Adam and Lisa lived there, they kept thinking that they heard something in the attic space. They had just figured at the time that it was squirrels or maybe some type of other animal living there. Now, they were starting to question them. So upon looking at the attic space a little more closely, they saw black shoe soles all over the door frame. Now, remember, Shirley had no idea that Adam and Elisa had a child, let alone that they could possibly be keeping one in that attic. But these were like little kids-sized shoe prints. But what was interesting is that when they had moved out, Shirley never heard those squirrel or animal noises from the attic ever again. Now, the timeline is a little bit fuzzy on where exactly the date of the accident was, but by December of that year, in 2009, they were renting a trailer in Country Manor Estates in Hudson. Because at that point, their landlord had gave Adam an eviction notice due to him owing a little over $1,000 in rent. So they rented their trailer weekly for about $115. But apparently Adam paid the back rent because they continued living there for a while. And Zara ended up coming back to Hudson Elementary again in March of 2010. So I'm not sure if Zara was attending school after her family moved from Granite Falls, because if they were living in the trailer since it was possibly longer, why didn't she start back in 2008 months later in March? I'm not sure. And I honestly wonder if she was even in school at all for those 3 or 4 months. Part of me thinks she wasn't, and we'll get into why I think that and a little bit later. That'll start to make sense. But anyway, they were living in this trailer at this trailer park. closer into not only how Zara felt, but what the true family dynamic was. One neighbor named Renee saw firsthand how Zara was treated by her family. Renee really didn't like her, and she actually knew her just by Elisa, because Elisa apparently went by many different names, such as Lisa, or Elise, so that she could avoid probably getting divorced and getting married, as well as for financial reasons. So it was always kind of like, anyway, Renee saw Elisa snapped multiple times because she was angry that Zara couldn't run up the hill that the neighbor wanted to play. And for whatever reason, she would get mad that she couldn't run like the other kids. And she had even refused to get Zara to fight until she could run, saying that she didn't deserve it. Now, mind you, of course, she had a prosthetic leg, one that she was still getting used to. But apparently this physical contact went even further than that, and Zara showed up to school oftentimes with signs of this abuse, such as a black eye. And it got so bad that the school kept a box where they wrote down all of the times that they thought that she was being hurt. One teacher even gave Zara their home phone and said to reach out if she ever needed anything. The school called over County Department of Social Services, who would show up at Zara's home. They apparently didn't do much because things just continued to get worse and worse. Now my question is, if this was all happening and when it was all happening, where was her dad at? If your guess is as good as mine, because nobody ever seemed to mention him when they spoke of these horrible things that they were witnessing, which was physical and verbal. Because oftentimes Elisa would also scream at Zara when she had accidents. Another neighbor named Taylor would see Zara covered in bruises, but said that even with what was going on, Zara was still a happy little girl who just prayed to be loved. Now, at one point when Elisa was physically harming Zara, Elisa hit her hand off of her husband's leg. But Elisa told Adam that she had broken her hand because she fell. So, I don't know what the truth is. Apparently, Adam was maybe just clueless or chose to live in the dark and turn a blind eye to what was going on, but there was definitely something afoot. At one point, Elisa also told Taylor that social services kept coming around and that she was being really irritated about strangers going to her business. And when social services came to visit, Elisa told them that Zara was getting black eyes from therapy. A hearing resource teacher at Zara's school thought that Adam and Elisa should reach out to Speedway Charities to get hearing aids for Zara, because it would just make her life so much easier. And in May of 2002, a couple of months after starting school, she got those hearing aids. Elisa took her to Charlotte Motor Speedway to pick them up and try them on for the first time. It sounds better than without them. So I can actually handle things without my hearing aids. Officer said that Elisa seemed really emotional when Zara put the hearing aids on, that she was genuinely happy for the steps. But that nice moment did not last long, because just a couple of weeks later, a report was made for Elisa. Two teenage girls named Corinne and Brandy saw Zara crying and sitting on the hill at the neighbor's playground. The girls knew that Elisa used that method as a punishment for Zara, because when she walked up the hill, it really hurt her leg due to her head. So Corinne and Brandy felt really bad for Zara, so they tried to help her. But then when Elisa saw her, she came out of the trailer like bat out of hell and started just berating her, saying, "I'm going to teach these two teenagers a lesson and whip their butts and da-da-da-da-da." And finally, Brandy's mom said that Elisa stopped and back inside. But the report didn't really end up doing much. Both Elisa and Adam were pretty familiar with the police, because the day before Brandy and Corinne filed their report with the police, they were both arrested and charged with communicating threats with accusations. And Adam was individually charged with assault with a deadly weapon because they threatened Frank Matthew, who was Elisa's niece. Also, they threatened fiancé Zachary Tyler, and get this, their 7-month-old daughter, who agreed to the money. And you heard that correctly, they threatened her. And it also wasn't just a verbal. They would literally try to run them off the road multiple times, which at that point, Brittany paid them back. But Elisa wanted more money, almost like a tax or a penalty, I guess. So she and Adam went as far as to terrorize this couple with speed arms. They both threatened death upon all three of them who didn't pay up, seeing the baby extremely horrible. But somehow, once again, they weren't being held accountable. Again, So not too long after all of the arrests, in the late summer of 2010, Alicia and Adam decided to move again, not too far from the original. And of course, the only account of anyone seeing her was being fully at a local furniture. When Alicia and Adam moved, they decided not to hold. However, it has been a while debated if firefighters white business class was citizen. The firefighter called police reported the officer warned if the police stopped by and he got taken to the car.
Stop it.
Like these
Hell. Fuck.
We'll be in touch soon. Now, Mr. Coffee was smart. He was not only out of a job, so the whole thing seemed pretty respectful. And not once did Adam or Alicia check her car during this to make sure that she was okay. So right away, police figured that the best thing to do was to first get a hold of him and make sure that he and his daughter were okay. The police quickly got a hold of Mark and they learned that his daughter and parents were safe and something weird was going on with their family. So because of that, the police considered it a fire accident and then they went home. Later that day at 2 p.m., another 911 call was made, but this time, they asked me to come to 911. How bizarre is it that he was acting so calm, even asking how are you doing before getting out? This was now I couldn't find the full audio of Adam's 911 call, but I did find the transcript. And honestly, pretty shocking how he was acting during the phone with his he said his daughter was nowhere to be found. And he mentioned that he wasn't ready to put his daughter. And now thought that Zara was marked and mistakenly said her. He said that due to his work schedule, he hadn't seen Zara since 2:30 a.m. when she was asleep. So the 911 dispatcher was confused as to why he was answering her call, which was 12 hours. No, like I said, we had all that drama. Me and my wife, we went back to bed. She's coming to puberty, putting the brooding stage, so we only see her when she comes out of the meeting. That's about it. Yeah, okay, that's it. Adam, definitely is good. And reporting to God. I also think that it seems a little young for it to be the but I don't know, maybe. So I'm also told the police about the I thought that it was put together in order to move from a distraction.
You have not yet seen true power.
I told the dispatcher that Zara had a away, and he said that the kidnapper must have taken that was from his life. But what stands as being rather peculiar in all of that is that Zara would not have swapped the rest of her life. And it seemed evident that according to Anna, he must have been taken from the edit.
Cyclops?
So, would the kidnapper really have been
Oh yeah, the little Cyclops. Good.
It was the civilians who were everyone
No, not too bad.
That same day, on Sunday, October 10th, Association so that they could help us.
What kind of gold is this?
The search and rescue dog walked around both vehicles that were on
Really?
the truck and their other car, a burgundy Toyota Camry. The dog gave a positive detection for the presence of information. The both vehicles were seized and searched for evidence, where FBI and police found a ton of shady items, such as lighters, gas cans, and different drug paraphernalia. Police also took 3 swabs of what they believed to be blood from Adam's body. Now, throughout that day, police talked to all of the neighbors in the area, passing out Zara's photo and asking if they could search their property too. They were just trying to figure out what happened to Zara. The following morning, on October 11th, Adam went on Good Morning America with the police to discuss his daughter's disappearance. And that's when he told the news that he thought that there was a chance that Elisa was somehow involved. But at that point, nobody was fully convinced that Adam wasn't involved either. He gave mixed answers as to when the last time he saw Zara. First, it was 2:30 a.m. the night before, then it was October 7th because of his scheduling work, but it was also being reported that the last time was October 6th, and the police report for Zara that the last time that she was with her family was on October 8th. The day before, she was reported as missing. And on that day, Adam, Elisa, and Zara all went to October Rescue. So at that point, Adam wasn't really doing so hot in the court of public opinion or in the police. And the Hickory Police Department even made a statement saying we can't confirm anyone has seen Zara within the past month. Without this information, we cannot positively select the area to search for. It also cannot confirm with any confidence how long Zara has been missing. The police also took their search to Morganton that day, where Adam had worked. The police dog picked up a scent in multiple areas, including piles of bolts, piles of logs, and a wood chip. And the plot continued to pursue later that day. Because Elisa
It's all amazing.
she had written her grandson's poems.
Disney Plus. What is it?
Now, Elisa said that she wrote it because she was pissed off at her landlord's mom, which, honestly,
Isn't that crayon operator with a tattoo on his shoulder?
He has some very strong feminine. Even the rating system goes from cave woman to Bambi the Love God.
Bambi the love god. I take it there weren't any math questions on this quiz.
Does your wife nag you more or less 6 times during football?
I never did any football.
I did this for you, okay? How many times did your wife nag you during this quiz?
Oh, this is so stupid.
Maybe 2 times during the scientific part. If you're right, those people are toxic, but nourishment is.
Please, Steve. If you're right, you're a piece of funky equipment to the A, a goalie math, wiry, and close off. B,
for a while. Yeah, they wouldn't change the schedule out. How would you know when to put your garbage out, you dumb bitch?
Maybe they changed the schedule.
Oh no. Yeah, they changed it to garbage day. Let's go for it. Wait a minute, is it the same one? Garbage day. Is it? How come it's not? He said. Sure. Yeah, it's the same one.
No, that's America. You think the jet?
Yeah, Roja.
You like that?
Are there any Tartarus pits here? Damn, there's one in every direction. Alright. Let's go this way first. That's where I got this already. Try to die, dude. Wait. Hey. Oh no, that was seriously lightning bullshit. Alright, the other one is back in there. Oh yeah. Pomegranate forest. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like shit on it. He just spent time on the tree. Why don't they just call it Girl George? Good actor, though. Trees. There you go. What the hell is that?
Jackson?
Whoa.
Tommy, you in there?
What the hell?
John, come on out. Kirby.
No. I'm exposed.
That's so weird. They gotta leave the bush. That's true. That's weird.
They're gonna find you.
Why? Okay. If they kill the other guys, why do they want? I don't know.
Right? Wrong.
Well, potion still. Maybe. day is the day. Hard one. Thought there'd be more. Let's see if we got it. Got him on.
Make sure you get on the plane. Make sure they get on. I don't hear from either one of them.
The train is
They offered me $100 grand. You want to know something? When I found out I'd get my hands on you, I said I'd do it. Hey, who? Back. John? I'll be ready, John.
Man, that dude's gotta be huge behind him.
Running late, buddy. So you and Ben met in the service. And me and Enriquez is in the service too. There's nothing like old war, buddy. Well, have a nice trip. And take care. Thank you. There's some beers in Valverde making. Gonna give everyone one more time with your daughter.
You're a funny guy, Sully. I like you. But I'm going to kill you last.
Hasta luego, fella.
Waves like that. I can't even. First class.
The world trembles. You need me.
And birds flying. Cargo's aboard.
Go to the drop-off point. Yes. Gracias, Sully.
Right on schedule. Any good fortune, today will be my last day as civilian. Doesn't seem to be cooperating. We will be together with him soon. Won't that be nice?
Not nearly as nice as watching him smash your face.
Loving careers and stuff, you know. Sounds like you need a date, like that. That girl that you meet about that boy there.
Short King,
It
man.
really bugged me. Hey. Hey, slow down.
This is dude a rape flight attendant, dude.
You know, I got something I'd really like to give you.
I'm not interested.
Listen,
From here, it looks like a knife. Please leave me alone.
Gee.
Don't move. I'm not pushing her to. Step aside.
You said there was no knife.
Do it.
Do it.
It's the car.
You would have definitely heard that. I like the whole parking lot would have heard it.
Listen, I've got a 7:30 advanced karate class and I can't help you.
I think it's 7:30 advanced karate class.
Follow him.
Well, I knew you were going to say that.
It's actually a pretty smart thing to say. Especially if it's that kind of thing.
Don't get offended by this question, Mike. Are you going to kill me or something?
No.
I suppose you wouldn't tell me if you were.
Sure I would.
Really?
Get close to him. Nice. That's good.
You told me this isn't calling me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy I trust for years wants me dead.
Place it
Understandable. I've only known
in
you
this
for about
position.
6 months. I'll be very clear.
Well, they're great, right? Those were super loud and super quiet. Let's go. That's what I was doing before. What's up? It's all right.
Listen.
chance I've got to find her.
Yeah.
It seems me on the
Yeah.
mission for truth.
Yeah.
I need you to do it. Follow him. Tell me your praise about him. Try to bring him over here. And I will do the rest. You can go back to the room. Got it?
Got it?
Please, help me. You're the only chance I have. She's less than 10 hours left. I understand they're going to kill her. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Is that it right there? No. Makes no sense. It's gotta be right above me.
There's a huge wall hiding in green t-shirt. Near the door.
Double shit. Hit him. Nuts. Yeah, the ground gets us. That's right. Kidding you? Damn, headshot. Who's this guy? I got sick and tired of this movie. 1,000 years to go. Come on. Alright. Oh, dude, the whole reason I came up here. It's a fucking wind over there. It's a boost. But, go from down here. think so. Oh, no, I saw that. It works out. Oh. Shit. Oh, shit. Both. Reach the fallen bird. Sure.
Where's she?
I died. I let him go.
You know, some people are using her to force me to do a job. If I don't get to her soon, they'll kill her.
Yeah.
No, they would kill her, even if I did it. The only chance now is that I get too rough before they find out what I'm doing. All that matters is the relationship.
All that matters to me now is Jenny. Well, gee, can we go to the police and the FBI? It's kidnapping. I mean, they thought he got on the plane. He had time. It was broad daylight. Now it's like dark AF. Yeah.
What do you do?
Well, this is dangerous. Probably shouldn't do that. None of that. This is a good idea. I can't stand in this position. I got it. Nice group here. This guy's from a James Bond movie. I swear this is a Roger Moore James Bond script. I swear.
Fuck you, asshole.
Oh. Got him. You know you do. These guys eat too much red meat. Can't stand it. You just... Right. Okay. What is this shit? Did I save it? Yeah. Believe it. Okay, cool. Gates there. Oh, very walking this.
Hey there. You're in bad shape. Too proud to quit, huh? Well, so am I.
Phoenix! Stay away from that thing!
What are you doing here?
I saw the lightning strike. Naturally, I came right away to finish the job. Easy kills are a specialty of mine.
Why am I not surprised? Well, I'm saving the bird, and I won't take no for an answer.
No, it's a creature of Typhon. Wait, I'm having a vision. You're going to say, but it needs our help. Then I'll say, it's just waiting to kill us as soon as it has the chance. Then you'll say, Hermes, please, don't make me blackmail you. I'll tell Hera what you did. Then I'll say, you wouldn't. But I know deep down you would, so I agree to help you. All the while, looking for an opportunity, as soon as you let your guard down, to strike. Well, you got me cornered, kid. For now. Since Typhon brought that thing out of Tartaros, you'll need food from down there to revive it. The same food Hades fed to Persephone. Seeds of the dead. I only know of one on the island.
Then I'm going to get that seed. Sit tight.
Me or the bird? Because I don't think that thing can sit.
Oh. There's those rags. That's not where I was, was it? It stops as soon as I'm certain. Get this. Fine. Where is that thing? Can't see it. That, dude. Look at this one. It's tight. First off, it's really Cyclops. Get put one. Yeah, this was freaking out. Oh, there's two of them. Yeah. I think she's. What? Take me all over. Hi. That got it. Where you going? Hey. Shit. Oh shit. Oh god. That's it. I ain't doing any trucking. I'll be around and fly right past it. I need some more power. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Try. Just to go to the ship. Actually, all three of them. Oh, it's two of these? Good. Oh, good. Yeah, man. It's 2 in a row. Wait, shit. Yeah. Oh. Oh, let's do a switcheroo around it. Strands. Get it. That's good. The backward shuffle. Okay. For sure. It's good. Wait, what? Back up, bird. Shuffle. Okay. Oh, hey, over here. Here's one of your pop. He's going to take me wrong. Look bad. Yeah. Here in the back. He wants to need help. Two more. That will shuffle. More is what. Sheep. Oh, shit. What the fuck was that? Just walk right up. Yes. Short answer. Yes. I'm ready for them. Maybe I do. Yeah, but dude. Yeah. Oh, fire. That's on one. Wonderful. Oh, yeah, it's this way. Well, it's in this way. Maybe that's what I thought. Well, this is kind of a Wilhelm. But Wilhelm's hug. Whoa. Let's see. I think it's those. They're around here. No bridge. Make it. Subside. Back? Yeah. Ain't that easy though, is it? Yeah, welcome. Yeah. Rock.
Hey, proud guy. I've got the seed.
I'm sorry, kid. Come on, we'll go get some drumsticks. They're on me. Oh, well, that makes things easy. We get the drumsticks right here.
Woohoo! You're alive! Hey there, proud fellow.
Kind of a stuck-up rare breed Typhon lit on fire, huh?
If you please, Your Excellency. I'm going to name him Phosphor, after Phosphorus, the morning star.
Phosphor says that he's still weak and needs to regain more strength. He'd like to offer to help you on your journey to repay the debt for saving his life. He, also loves the new nickname. Like, really loves it. Don't you, Phosphor?
I told you this was the right decision.
Helping an evil undead bird? Brilliant. I take it all back. You were totally on the money. That beautiful bird is offering to take us to Daedalus's secret treasure room.
No way! The genius inventor who built this island.
The one and only. He says there's a pile of electrum with my name on it. Oh, yes. There's also a second seed of the dead that can make Phosphor stronger than ever.
Would you look at that? Doing good deeds results in good deeds in return. Who would have thought?
Is that a trick question? Because the answer is clearly no one. So, there are two clues that lead to this treasure room we need to find. And by we, I mean you. One is near the Dracon Bones, the second is near the Aqueduct. Isn't that right, Phosphor? I told you he adores his new nickname, right?
So weird. What's that? Yep. I guess so. Alright. Yeah, hell no. Untrack that. Yeah. God.
Leave anything for us?
Just bodies.
It's just like you to start off the beginning again, John. All it would take is you're coming back.
Last time.
Until the next time.
Oh, you're in the mommy, by the way. Whatever trip to any shoot down. That was horrible. I don't remember any of it. What's this? Dial of Destiny. Okay. Dial of Dipshits. See how it is? Dial of Dickheads is Disney. I think they were Phoenix skins. I don't even know how to use these things. Holy shit, then. No. That's good enough for now. Man, it's close. I didn't pick anything yet. Alright, go back here. Okay. What did this one do? 150 plus 150 stone. But it's the main story. Stamina, he's liar, wow, later, later, liar, later, later. Let's start this first. Go back and see it. Is that the attack? I have no idea. What's the other one? Each one stamina orb. Huh. Interesting. What are you? Oh. Alright. Uber. Okay. No. Wait, what? Here it looks familiar. That's what it is. Alright. Well. What's happening on the track? Hold on. What is this? Wraith Highway. Well. Shit. What was I gonna do? Yeah. Holy crap. Is that difficult here? Great. We're citizens.
The meetings for one day. The petition. Maybe thank you. To conceive of a way
Nobody's interested in archaeology. The astronauts from the old man. Now they're having a surprise party for the astrophysicist. It's like Bill Nye fucking science, but. Oh. What's this do? I have no idea. So what? You gotta go. Now I think I can do it. Yes, we just have one person. Yeah. Unfortunately, that wasn't the let's see. There we go. Shoot. I was over here and grab it. Well, not here. And then what? Seriously. What the fuck to do? What? You know, roll down here. That's going to carry it up. Flying up there. You can get back. I'll go with back this way, right? Yeah, yeah. Let's see who you do it. Great. Dude, they're all fucking blue. Green. Green. Great. Oh.
Thank you. Just doing some investigation. Okay.
I wish the band's away from them.
Are they with you?
What do you want? Tell your strong! She's on the roof. Find another way.
No, you don't. I don't. I'm not gonna hurt
It's actually over there. Yeah. Yeah, she should be. Wait, what? Oh. What are the chances of that happening? Isn't it through? Oh, for fuck's sake, food. Where is it? Go, 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 go. We're going down. Maybe. Definitely not. So many. No way. You're playing fine. It's bullshit, dude. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's good. Cool. Stuck there. It is.
I wish I could say the same old phrase.
Suck. Jump, no problem. One. Oh, one more. Go. Run. I don't keep doing that. Oh, doing it. I'm gonna try this another time. I think I'm missing something to do. That's it.
It's too big. It's too much. Hey, 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 you listen to the I don't understand it. What are we doing? When you come downstairs, just ignore it.
Wait, what?
You can't prove that. Look at it. Proving it is what makes it science.
Yeah, but I didn't even come up this far. Okay. Not that hard.
I'm here to be here. If anyone finds us, they'll still have no time. Something should stay buried. I promise. The reason that Archimedes broke it in two. I know, man.
This is different. Not my favorite.
Each will give me 60. 60, 65? 65, 70? 75, 80, 85. How about 90?
This option goes. Who is this? Myra Gottschalk. She's a
Reload it.
No.
Yes, excuse my name is Schmidt. Professor Schmidt. After our conversation with Schmidt, I thought he was going to do it. Only the last time I saw the other guy he was also. It's relative. It's not yours. He's stolen. Then he's stolen. The biggest one.
Well, the hard part's already done.
comes at that point. All right, got it. I was sleeping. Peacefully. I mean, it's good.
We got it.
Hello. Where's that? That's bullshit. Do it all done. So that can go home. Way too much demand. There's a lot of time. Did it.
Integrity level explain. We have to have the money.
I'm just trying to keep you I can chase that thing. And if it cares about me,
It will.
you put them on the moon. They got to do.
All right, buckle up. Landing in Spain. C9 transport take from there to Mexico. I'm not going back right now. All we need is a vessel to take us to the Mediterranean. Alpha Plus will take us to the other place.
I don't wish me. You're a piece of
My name is Jonathan. You're going to find out.
That's peacetime. American helicopter. Did you know the Wright brothers? Wright brothers. Arthur and Elizabeth. They invented the airplane. They lived in Canada. Wilbur was born in Canada.
I'm not from Indiana, Teddy. The Wright brothers were born during the Civil War.
Maybe you went to school.
It's just really something. Like what? The location of the graphic.
With the graphic process.
That's it. No. People are your yes. Of the graphic. Direct the best guy. Ask her if she knows what language. Ah, in a language. What? Oh. The Libyan flag. So you think it's something. Maybe. God told me Libyan note 9. It's a be built notes. How you read. Stay away from around. What if it's linear B? Yeah, but it's really. Give me. Train station. No, I'm going back to London. Then we'll shop at the DG. Eugene's here to me. You don't
Yeah, I get to do this first. What? What the fuck? Dude. That's not fair. That's not the slightest bit. Okay. There's hope. Come on. Come on. Potion. Harmon draw. Just roll. Popcorn. Break.
Lies with me, city I know, where wolves teach men to walk above one with nine in one. I love moving him and city. Two places. So you only left one. Anyone? Anyone? Oh, subject. That wolf is the word I've seen. The door for wolf is the tail. It's also the word for wolves teach men to walk.
It's full of that.
My muses in reverse order. usual. But first is the music too.
The entrance is used by the School of Mathematics under a special field in the Roy's Great Library of Ancestry.
God, stop for Dr. Brains.
Pick up, get it!
Just the bathroom. Well, that's the orange shirt.
The threat was just murder.
Sorry.
You told them.
Word for word. But I'll really submit your dog, you see. The tomb isn't in Harry's order. So, what is he?
Oblivious Square.
Adolf?
Wax and wood.
Hold it.
Steve.
What does it say?
Search where Odysseus hears.
An ear. Where's that?
Much fuel for that.
It's full.
I know it's full. It's from there, that boat. Yep. He wouldn't expect it. That boat.
Where are they? Break up the coding code. Open the doors. So he's like running the show now.
He's not running the show.
I just thought we were in this for all the wrong reasons. We are. Mr. You know he's never gonna let us see any of this.
I couldn't talk.
Good.
Where's the kid?
Hey, watch it. Okay.
They got Teddy. They took off the hill somewhere.
What are they gonna do first?
I was about to hear what the graphical says. I'm not gonna hurt him. Use it. Get the other half of the dog. You gotta get there first. Let's go. Cave's still there. You're dark distance. Heard where Dionysius hears each whisper like a hurricane.
When I go.
Keep making noise till we find out where its loudest. This is it. It's heavy.
Here's the beat.
It's like underground.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Moving.
Thank you. Well, what the hell I'm doing 340 feet in the air, rumbling vertebrae, waiting on my loose from the other. Oh, you know, fetish. Half my age. You haven't been forced to drink the blood of colleagues. Or the torture with voodoo. I'm just guessing about you. That's fine. Good thought. That's okay. Let's go ahead and follow me. Hey, yeah, listen. The head is supposed to be this. Let me ask you that. Where is the people? Yeah, worried about the kid? In school they went nuts. Where'd you find it? Steal my plasma by the casino about a cash to keep his head. I hit him repeatedly when I saw him go, but then that guy was making noise. Get together. Thought you were all about the money. Nobody memorizes every page of their dead child's notebook. For the money. What about that?
Yeah.